Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the New insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning. You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning, and we have enough back to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Onyeka Valentine.
It was a lovely weekend, and we're back for the week today. I mean, exciting.
Yes.
Excited.
Fired up.
Fired up. Are you sure?
Trump style.
Trump style. How are you preparing for the Christmas?
So Christmas around the corner. People have their misgivings, others have their, up feelings, and some will say they're looking forward for 25th. But me, I always like to strike the chord at the middle by saying, at the end of the day, as we plan within this 30th December to have a clean Christmas, it's 30th December, but clean Christmas. Remember to secure your zone. Remember to be vigilant. Remember, if you see something, say something. Security is not only for those who are the security personnel. They don't work blindly. They need everybody's help. So as you enjoy yourself, don't forget to take responsibility. For me, that's how I'm preparing for the Christmas period. And so far, because without a secured environment, there's no secured enjoyment.
I think for me, it'll be just. I'm keen on the fun, right? The fun for 30 December, but the fun is coming with a lot of stress these days because of traffic and then also how expensive things are. So I'm just going to say to our audience that while you want to key into the joy of the season, don't forget the reason for the season. The reason for the season really is about celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. Yes, for those people who are Christians. And also the festivity is also about just enjoying the wins from the year and just taking stock of everything that's happened in the year. So be reminded for the purpose of the season. Yes, I know there's a lot of things going on right now. We're celebrating, we're dancing and all of that, but don't forget the reason for this season. And also be mindful of your spending, because January is going to be a very long,
very tough,
long month. I don't want to say tough.
Well, so some people
trying to stay positive.
Yes, some people call me the man that comes with optimism. I say, look, I just say that as it is,
No, but you didn't come with optimism here.
Well, in this angle, I have to just play good and bad cop. But however, if you don't say it as it is, you end up being the person who's trying to sugarcoat it. I'm just saying it. We have tax reform waiting for us next year, in January for Nigeria. We have, the world itself is full of a lot of uncertainty. And if I must be objective here, I would say give and take. Prepare for January with an open mind.
Yeah, certainly. I agree with that. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning, talking about open mind. Price cut. Over 1,000 trucks now load petrol daily, says Dangote Refinery. In the ICT sector generates 9.44 trillion naira in renewed broadband push. And talking about security this morning, 130 more abductees from Niger State, St. Mary's School regain freedom. And then finally, in the world of business, Nigeria leads Africa's 2025 influential business leaders list. I'm going to start off from that. I have to give it to Nigerian business leaders. They've done excellently well. It's a tough climate, tough economic climate here, tough business climate, to be honest. So if you are able to stay resilient and run a business, I have to give it. Yes, I have to give it to the likes of Aliko Dangote, the likes of Tony Elumelu, the likes of Femi Otedola, the likes of Rabiu Samad. There are tons of them that the likes of the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aibogo, a lot of them who have stayed resilient in a very, very
tough environment,
tough climate, very tough, yeah, absolutely tough business environment. So yes, when seeing Nigeria leading Africa's 2025 influential business leaders, I do agree with that. But you know what we also need to see, again, we need to see. And I did mention these names, of which it's a very inexhaustible list, a long list. I also have to mention the young business leaders that have grown.
Startups.
Yeah, the startups that have tried, they've thrived through 2025, and we're going into 2026. They've started businesses, they've created opportunities for people. Numbers of them, fintech platforms are doing exceedingly well. The likes of Flutterwave, obviously Paystack, away from all this drama that happened recently, and we're seeing more companies, more international companies trying to buy, large shares into this company because of how well they're doing. So yes, Nigeria's done exceedingly well. So seeing us in Africa's 2025 influential business leaders list is certainly it's no
I agree with you because
coincidence.
Truth be told, the hurdles right in front of everyone who is a resilient leader, whether it's in business angle, whatever it is that you do, it comes with you taking responsibility. And you see, the place of leadership, people just think is so. There's this misconception. Once you're a leader, you must sound very harsh. No, leaders who make strong strides and make great, great opening for other people are the kind of leaders that will tell you, I'm not the boss, right? We are all bosses, but this is how it works. Someone must lead us. And so a dictator will say, no, I was one that did it. No, glory must come to me. But a leader will say, you know what? I will do it. You watch. Then I'll let you to do it. After we've done it together, then I'll sit back and see how well I have made you a mentee to get it done, or better say, I would have mentored you to get it done. This is why businesses last a long time. Why? There's that idea of continuity. There's that idea of transfer of knowledge.
Yeah, I think people need to learn this thing because many people don't know how important it is. They think that it's about allowing, multiplying yourself in people.
Multiplying effect.
People can also do the same things that you do, but oftentimes people don't realize that.
Do you know why? So there's this thing I always tell everyone who wants to listen that even in an organization, as much as you might be very qualified in a particular field, it's important to get in every now and then people who can sit you down and talk on the angle of character development. This is one of the areas that's lacking when it comes to organizations. Get those professionals to come and sit there, down. I'm not coming from the angle of pep talk, right? I'm coming from the angle of saying to be a leader means you must be willing to follow, which is why that multiplying effect is not always seen in some companies. After a while,
people don't follow.
Yeah, exactly. After a while, one person who runs the company, right, kind of falls down based on not being well or something. The whole system crashes because that multiplying effect is not there.
Continuity.
But look at likes of people that you call now. Dangote, Femi Otedola, I can go on our own Mr. Frank. I can go on and on. These are people who understand, have understood, right? That multiplying effect. They've understood that being a leader means showing the way.
Yes, and then enabling continuity.
Exactly. And then create that multiplying effect for those who are behind you. So even if you take a break, the company is running smoothly.
Absolutely.
So I agree with that. So far, what
Nigerian
exactly
business leaders are doing.
Yes. The way we've been able to make Africa know, look, we have our challenges as Nigerians, security and a whole lot that we know already that's all over the papers. But in the midst of all this, Nigerians are resilient. That's what I was going to.
But you know what I then now find a little bit painful or sad in this is that we need to also see this thing translate into more economic power for people. Maybe there are people that are benefiting. There are people that there's some people who obviously have gained from this, but we need this wealth to spread
across,
to have a wider reach, right? Because when you go out there, you really see the homelessness, you see the poverty in the land, right?
You can feel it so much that you can actually cut the air with the
yes, the gap, the gap between the rich and the poor in Nigeria is so wide. It's getting wider. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Let's move to security. That's one area where we need to get better at. 130 more abductees from Nigeria's St. Mary's School regain freedom. It's nice. Thank God that they regained freedom. But at the same time, I wonder why we have to be seeing students being abducted. You know, the only thing they've done wrong is going to school. How would you be in school again and you're abducted? So this issue of security or insecurity thereabout that we have in the country, it needs to be fixed come 2026. We need to stop seeing people to the extent that now they're monetizing it. You know, they have turned it to a business, a lucrative one at that, where we're seeing online, you know, it's not fun. People will stay and then fake their own kidnap just so they can meet money. Now, do you see the linkage between the poverty I talked about and the fact that there is a very tough economic climate here, where people are now, you know, how can I make fast 2.5 million? Let me kidnap myself, and then the family members can come and save me. Now, I think it was Ebuka also that he had mentioned that on one of his, you know how we have family group chats, so one of their family members, like a cousin, literally faked their own kidnap
just to extort money from family
and
members.
then faked so they now sent it to like somebody in the group, right? You know how like we have a family group chat, and so they sent something to you that, oh, XYZ, that this person has been, so he faked it, yes, planned it properly. Do you see how all the creativity that went into it?
If that was
and now
business,
found a way to send it to you. So obviously you see it, and then you send it to the group chat that we're looking for, and then everyone is frantic. One of the uncle, but you know, many of us run by emotions because but thanks God to that uncle that decided to look in depth, and it was like, because he did something like maybe it was tied to somewhere, so he looked in depthly, and it's like, this picture, you guys should look at it. Well, this guy is not, this thing is not. But they really looked at it
and realized that it was a fugazi.
They had to start calling the guy later. They had to start calling him and like found a way to, because obviously he turned off his phone and everything to really make it look real. Then when they got across to him and they're like, why would you do that to get money? He's like, that was the easiest way we would have gotten money from them. And you know, it happens in families where you're thinking, okay, these people have money, they'll not give me money. Oh yeah, let me fake my kidnap. So it's because of how insecure our country has been. You can easily do something like that now because of how common it is. So it's believable.
In fact, this whole thing, this might sound very strange, but people who get into that kind of, you know, I'll call it stupid act, learn this thing from what they see on the internet. It doesn't happen in other countries, especially in the United States of America, right? Where, of course, you can just walk into a shop and buy your gun and all that stuff. You know, so they watch these things and they think, okay, wait a minute. If this is the kind of narrative that they watch on TV, maybe they could try it out. So I think, unfortunately, you know, people don't understand fiction from reality. And so they bring these things in. You must be a very lazy youth not to be able to see the potential in Nigeria. It sounds strange, but I can tell you, if as complex as Nigeria is, as you know, blessed as we are, we have our challenges, yes, no doubt. As complex and blessed as we are, if anyone living in Nigeria does not see the possibility and opportunities, even if you travel abroad, I tell you, they put in front of you, you will not even see it. Which is why I always say this thing, is that the idea of insecurity and those who think my business is going to fall if I invest in Nigeria, they're not out of place. But however, you can see other opportunities from there and begin to make money instead of thinking of trying to stage your own kidnap. So it boils down to one thing, is either laziness or something else. But the idea of you saying, I don't want to suffer, look, greatness comes out of suffering.
No, but you know, I
People
beg
don't know these things.
to differ, or maybe like go a different route. I don't think an average Nigerian is lazy. I think it's the frustration that in other parts of the world, when you are working that hard, an average young person in Nigeria is doing like 3 jobs just to survive.
But in the UK,
but there, that's what I'm saying. But you are seeing the you are seeing it translating to actual. You are seeing the dividends. Right. Do you understand? You are making the money. Why are people doing most of the work they're doing? It's not because they feel like doing 5 jobs. It's because you're trying to make ends meet. But in Nigeria, the system is against you.
That's
so even while you're doing all of these things, sometimes you can't account for even what you are making. So are you just working to work? You're working.
You're living to work.
Yes, are you just living to work? You're supposed to work, right, to make a living, to have a good life. But then it's like people are just working for working's sake. So that's why people will leave the shores of the country and they're happy to do extra work, because then in that case the currency is even stronger. You know, the system is better off. So those are the things. So that's why someone can just be frustrated and be like, I want to make my own kidnap, so at least I can make this, because by the time I do this one, and you know I'm not trying to make excuses for doing the ridiculous things, but it's just that by the time you do this one, even that money you're trying to make, somehow something else will take the money. So it's a frustration.
Nigerians back home, at least for what it's worth, look for better ways to make money and don't kidnap yourself.
Moving on now, let's talk about the energy sector. Over 1,000 trucks now load petrol daily, and this is according to Dangote Refinery. So my question now will be, what does this mean for fuel sustainability? Are we going to see fuel now cheaper? Are we going to see it now in better circulation? Why are you smiling?
I mean, for what it's worth, whenever I hear another stride from the Dangote camp, I just smile and say, wow.
It's in the Lord's work.
Honestly speaking, it's in the Lord's work. See, this is to let you know that we have been living under the hood for a long time. Some people have been pulling the wool over our eyes, saying, oh, Nigeria cannot work. Oh, you know what? We can never get it right. It is unbelievable and unheard that a nation that has crude oil in quantum, almost in an unimaginable quantity under our feet, will still want to import fuel. What for? Because somebody's sabotaging our refinery. So the fact that this guy, with all the challenges that he has had, the challenge he has had with the union people, that's unionization, the challenges he has had with, NUPENG, the challenges he has had with labor, the challenges he has had with different people who are trying to, in fact, call them the cabal and the cartel, who have been suppressing the joy of Nigerians for years, making us believe that it's not possible for our refineries to run. The fact that he can actually expose them, and of course, hitting the kingpins, good example now, Farouk and his likes. The fact that he can now do all these hurdles and now record 1,000 trucks daily. Look, I give it to Dangote.
And again, it goes to buttress the first headline which I spoke about, the one about Nigerian business leaders topping the ranking for Africa business leaders. Right. You see the work that Dangote is doing. He has worked tirelessly this year. To be honest, if there's someone that should go for a vacation January to 31st of January, it should be him, but he will not. I know. Even if he wants to, probably go for like 1 or 2 weeks.
He enjoys what he does.
They really value their work, and it's something to emulate. But still, a little bit of positive news that might mean positivity. ICT sector is generating 9.44 trillion naira in renewed broadband push. Now, this talks about growth. This talks about innovation. But then the question I would be asking is, what does this mean for businesses and households, right? Are we going to see better connectivity? Are we going to see are people going to experience better service, right? While this is good, are we going to see it translating into real positive gains?
I mean, truth be told, I like the fact that we are asking these questions because guess what? Those at home are sitting back saying, Elizabeth, wow, tune into this. And we're tuning into it. And to tune into the forward, I will say this, that if you noticed last year, right, the money they generated was maybe not up to this amount of money. But the fact we're seeing it this year and at the end of the year, which means one thing, that first and foremost, kudos. It's good that we consider ICT, sector can generate this amount of money. But it goes to show you that in an environment where, when we say this is how much we generated, we know the money could have surpassed it. So they're just trying to play a bit moderate. So just in your imagination, that there was not, as in we don't have corruption, right? There is proper, due process. That money obviously could have been maybe even double that, which means that Nigeria is working when it comes to that angle, which means that we can actually tax some certain people and remit those cash into the system and begin to use the money to take care of Nigerians, which means that we can have more better coastal roads in different places that need them, which means that the issue of power supply can be sorted out because we can now save money and begin to build other dams in other places to reduce the weight on the ones that we have, which means that we can hit 1,000 or 120,000 megawatts. So every home in Nigeria can have electricity. Every home in Nigeria can have tap water. Every home in Nigeria, right, at least can have CCTV camera. So we don't have personnel running around like aimless people on the field. They can be where they are and signal in a simple place and in real time see what's going on, so they can report and have time and money managed. Look, it is not rocket science. If we can spread this to all sectors, right, and block all those loopholes, because there are loopholes in our system.
Absolutely.
If we block all those loopholes, we will see more that will generate over time. We'll be able to meet our budget when the Senate says this is our budget for so time. We're looking at 53 trillion, for instance. This is how much we are targeting for next year, right? If we mop up cash from these different sectors, ICT, from health sector, from petroleum sector, at the end of the day, guess what? We'll be able to say that we have no business borrowing money from IMF, we have no business borrowing money from World Bank. We become sustainable, and guess what? At the end of the day, we'll know how to answer yes, sir, to the United States.
I hope that day comes soon and pretty soon. But we'll take a quick break right now and be back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers,
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
the disruptors,
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
the doers,
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
in a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is the newspaper review segment. We're taking a look at some of the front pages of the papers this morning. As always, we like to start at home because they say charity begins at home. We'll definitely be starting with the Business Day paper this morning. Of course, Valentine is still in the studio this morning. Always present. Even when he's not present, he's present in the spirit.
It is present in the present situation.
Well, let's start off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the front page of Business Day this morning says, over-ambitious budget pushes Nigeria towards self-made crisis. Over-ambitious budget pushes Nigeria towards a self-made crisis. And then on page 38, how Africa's richest man bet everything on a refinery and won. Business Day's Man of the Year. Someone's definitely happy about this.
Of course.
Seeing the Man of the Year.
The big smile on my
Guess
face.
who it is?
Well, if it's not Valentine, who else would it be?
It's definitely not you. It's the man who's doing the Lord's work.
Most definitely.
And on page 39 of the paper this morning says, Nigeria's solid minerals win for masks NLNG revenue mystery. I like how the front page this morning is all about the energy sector. And then on page 38, 12 trends to shape Nigeria's economy in 2026. This one is a must read for our viewers. Must read. Grab a copy of the Business Day paper this morning to get in-depth review, in-depth analysis, education, information, all that you need. Because 2026 is going to be that year where you need to be
equipped with all the information.
Very key. All the business information that you need. 12 trends to shape Nigeria's economy in 2026. Grab a copy of the Business Day paper today. And on page 37, still in the energy sector, says Dangote Refinery launches nationwide PMS sales at 739 per litre.
There we go.
Via the MRS stations.
Can we now give a round of applause to this guy?
Okay.
For once. I must say so. Because truth be told, what this means is that for once, Nigerians can now breathe a sigh of relief to say, for what it is, even though it's dirty December, it will still be what? An enjoyable December. Every 1 naira that we win over from the cartels, every 5 kobo that we win over the cartels, if we continue this trajectory, what this means is that by the middle of next year, come 2026, we might be seeing fuel price at 500 naira per litre. Yes, I know you will say, but that doesn't correlate with the international cost of crude oil. Look, different markets actually, for what it is, they determine the crude oil price. And don't forget that some sector like the what do you call it again? What's not NATO, the other group that you have, Russia and China, BRICS, right? The BRICS. Is that what you call them? It's BRICS or BRICS? BRICS. Okay. So that bloc is now trying to boycott, not even trying, that they're looking at boycotting the dollar. So you can trade directly, just the way Nigeria wants to boycott, China wants to boycott dollar and trade directly with Nigeria. What I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, if cost of a barrel of crude drops, even at the slightest margin like this, what that means is that we'll be able to see a 500 naira per litre next year. And there is no way that the cost of fuel will come down, that cost of living will not reduce. Cost of buying to your spending power, right, will increase. Why? Because then you have the money you have, you have to achieve more things. So you see, there's a ripple effect to this. Some people say, they must have given you guys money to be given a round of applause. Look, I think the onus falls on us as broadcasters. When you see something good, celebrate it. When it's now your own, in your own country, you can't have people abroad snatching away this narrative. Look at, right now you have a lot of expatriates leaving their own shores of different countries to come work for Dangote. How is this possible? Is that because we have a man who has said his visions to make sure Nigeria enjoys that which lies underneath his feet, and be able to say, for what it is, we produce it. For what it is, we have it under our feet. For what it is, we can, the exploration thing, power falls on us. Can we not be able to get out of the ground, right? Refine it. The byproduct, plastics are there, other things that there, plastic chairs, a whole lot of our stuff can come out of crude oil, from the crude. And then will now begin to sell premium fuel, right? Diesel, aviation fuel. Look, if it continues like this, the kind of jobs, and they have other modular refineries who might not be as strong and as powerful as Dangote. You can actually look, you know what? Just so you guys are in business too, we ship some crude oil to you guys. Do what you have to do to, or we even give you fuel, right? And you can also sell it with a tiny margin across. Everything comes down. So the market is regulated with the fact that Nigerians want to survive. And after a while, those bandits or those criminals, right, who will now give excuses that, because there are no jobs or whatever it is, they're going to criminality, begin to see other options and drop their guns and actually begin to be well-meaning Nigerians. And what's going to happen? What simply will happen is that Nigeria will make a major turnaround. And this is not just messy. It is in front of us. Have you not heard that the Nigerian military right now is purchasing specific arms? It's all over social media. No one will say that right now Nigerian army is not doing well. Right? What does this mean? Is that if petroleum product can be regulated well and those cartels are removed and they allow Dangote and other people to come together and say, look, can we mark a 300 or 400 naira per liter next year? If this is achievable, you walk into your supermarket and they will tell you your vegetable is now half the price. You'll be shocked. I know you like egusi soup very well. Right? Okay, what kind of soup do you like?
Wrong.
Okay, whichever soup you like. But at least the fact that you know you can cook very well, the cost of buying those things will now come down because the cost of transportation could have come down thanks to the fact that cost of fuel is now down. So I predict that come next year, 2026, what I'm saying, if in the space of 1 month we move from 8 to 900 naira down to 700 naira, right, as cost of buying fuel, these marketers will not have to add too much money. Maybe they add 5 naira to it, whatever it is. They're still going to make a lot of money, right, to cover transportation, to cover trucking and all that stuff. So if it lands in our filling station at 780, not bad. 2-3 months from now, 680, fantastic. 6 months from now, 400, oh, better still. Who am I? You know, for some people who drive vehicles that have V8 engines, right, even though we're not doing justice to the environment, but for what it is, you can afford to fill up your tank instead of just right now driving on a reserve. You can buy more than 10 liters. My point.
Right. You need to grab a copy of the Business Day paper this morning. Detailed information on this paper. You're talking about the overambitious budget pushing Nigeria towards self-made crisis. That's the big story on the front page this morning. You should grab a copy of the papers to get detailed analysis. Talking about Business Day Man of the Year, which is Aliko Dangote, and how he bet everything on a refinery and won. This one is in the energy sector still. You need to grab a copy of the papers. We can do analysis speaking about it on the morning show this morning. You have to grab a copy of the papers or visit www.businessday.ng to catch all the information. And if you're not subscribed to Business Day Premium, you should definitely be a premium subscriber and also take advantage of some of the packages we have right now. The discount is on, so just visit premium.businessday to find out more. On that note, let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. On the front page of the Punch, quite a spread this morning. On page 45, it says, military rolls out anti-attack measures for Christmas. This is a good thing. This is one of the things you've been championing
I didn't even see that liner there. I was talking initially, you know.
And that's a good one. On page 7 of the paper, Punch still says Nigeria suffers nearly 1 trillion naira export loss after Trump tariff. Nigeria sinks into 3.15 trillion naira trade deficit with the United States as exports fall. And on page 9 of the paper this morning, Auditor General flags 288 billion naira INEC spending under Yakubu. On page 9 of the paper, PDP crisis, Turaki bloc seeks court order to unseal secretariat. Page 8 of the Punch paper this morning, Akpabio takes Natasha's suspension case to Supreme Court. looks like this matter is not going to die anytime soon. To be honest, I think I'm a little bit bored now.
I thought he was recovering.
And on the bottom side, finally, it says, Christmas is not a moment. It's a movement towards kindness and common purpose. General Olufemi Oluyede, Chief of Defense Staff. I like how he says that it's not just a moment. It's a movement towards kindness. I love the sound of that. The military rolling out anti-attack measures for Christmas also is a good one. That could also foster some sort of security this period, because we just want to have fun. Batch A, Batch B, Batch C. I just got back. I've arrived. I don't know if we're going to have anything like Batch D. But if there's anything like Batch D, maybe they will be coming for maybe New Year's Eve to Christmas. Those ones are the biggest boys, because the flights at that time, I wonder. But yeah, the Batch C came in last week, and it's been fun. So it's good to see that they roll out the military has rolled out some anti-attack measures for Christmas. That will also help us to feel a little bit secure in a country that has felt a little insecure for a while now.
Well, you know, again, like I did say, that ever since the new minister was sworn in, we've seen in less than 2 weeks, we've seen a lot of drastic change. You know, we've seen the effect based on even this from the face of those who are on the front line, putting their lives on the line and willing to pay the ultimate price. From the way and manner they've been engaging these terrorists, you can see the readiness to get the job done. Because now we have someone who not only has been in the theater of war, also he has served a couple of tours over 30 years in the service, now the minister. So he knows exactly what is needed. And if there's anyone who knows how to go about it, it is this gentleman, right? In the name of General Christopher Musa, retired, who is now the Minister of Defense. So I'm not surprised that all this, based on the Nigerian Army, acquiring new weapons or acquiring new, tactical gear to make sure they engage and defeat Boko Haram. This should have happened ever since. I remember while he was still serving, he was interviewed on a major platform, and the question he asked was, why can we not move the fence our borders? That Pakistan had problems with their neighbors for a long time. It was until they fenced their borders that they started having peace. And their borders are longer than ours. So why can't we fence our borders? So I was not surprised when, after he was made minister, we started seeing all these things coming up. Why can't we purchase what we need, right? Because Nigeria is a big country. We are a sovereignty. We are a republic. So when we go out to get this, whatever it is, equipment, we are not buying from black market. We are going as a country. And so they will answer us. I also saw it with the newspaper during the week that we're also looking at in the future, where we need to start manufacturing our own, ammunition. These are great moves, because it looks as if our major problem, which is #1 agenda, is to make sure security comes back 100% and to destroy, eradicate, and when I say eradicate, I mean totally eradication of insurgents and terrorists is our #1 prime responsibility, our #1 goal. So seeing this is just, for me, I think it's just the tip of the iceberg. More is yet to come.
Let's go to page 9 and talk about the PDP crisis, a Turaki bloc seeking court order to unseal the secretariat. That, for me, we've been seeing this PDP crisis for a while now, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
Well, like we said last time, are we see the final nail that's hitting the box of PDP, or are they going to breathe some fresh air? Although a former head of states, Olusegun Obasanjo, said that PDP can still be, salvaged. But the question now is, what is there to salvage? Just when they will look as if they're trying to breathe better fresh air, we are seeing another issue again at Turaki, who's blocking to seek court order to unseal secretariat. Oh, there's a whole lot, right? It just goes to show you that in politics, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. But will this even solve the problem of PDP? I think they need to rebrand. coming from what that they've been through. I mean, I'm not a politician, right? But if we must tell the story and tell the story well, we must have to look back history, right? 20-something years ago, PDP was the major contender, was the ruling party. How were they able to get to that point? You see, I did my research and I realized that at that time, the country needed a quick move from military, state of order to democratic dispensation. And of course, at that time, everybody wanted to see that Obasanjo came out of prison a whole lot when he was locked up at that time. So they needed something that could spoil the moment. And he had the right words. He was backed by the international body. He also, Nigerians wanted something new. So a PDP looked as if it was a promising future. People went with it. And there was this case of, there was so much problem. The PDP said, we'll come and shield you from the problem. Come under the umbrella. So that kind of resonated with Nigerians. And they moved with it. So I think if they must survive, they should go back, track back. You can only know where you're going to when you can remember where you're coming from, right? Once you forget the reason why it started in the first place, you end up running in a limbo. They should track back and look for that essence of theirs that made them the PDP. How they were able to shield Nigerians from the storm, from the rain. How they were able to protect Nigerians from the dusty wind with their umbrella. Can they go back to it? Until then, because Nigerians were very emotional in nature. Until then, we will keep on seeing problems back and forth. People leaving, young ones coming who don't have direction, back and forth. And if the founding fathers don't take it seriously, if those who are supposed to be the elders of PDP don't begin to do that the elders do, which is to sit down and see that which young people, even the stand up, will not see. If elders don't rally to get it done, sorry to say this, we might just be experiencing a goodbye of PDP come 2026.
Okay, well, let's see. Fingers crossed. Let's see how that goes. But hopefully, someone steps up, actual leader that people respect steps up, and then PDP, just like former President Obasanjo says, there is room for repair.
For salvage.
It's not a write-up. It's not a write-up for a party that was leading and doing excellently well many years back. It's not a way from redemption.
Fingers crossed.
Can be redeemed. Absolutely. Akpabio takes Natasha suspension case to Supreme Court. That one is on page 8 of the paper this morning. Well, we thought that everything would have been out. So, says the Senate President Godswill Akpabio has approached the Supreme Court over the legal battle arising from the suspension of Kogi Central Senator, who of course is Natasha Uduaghan. Says this move was confirmed in some available court documents dated December 1st, 2025. It was made available to a Punch correspondent about this period. So we'll keep our fingers crossed again to see how the entire thing unfolds.
There's a lesson that we must all learn here. When you are playing the game of politics, remember, these politicians, they don't forgive easily. I know some politicians who have been holding grudges far back as 25 years ago, right? It has now become a thing where if I don't get back at this person and rubbish this person as a politician, my career as a politician has not been has not hit its peak. It's just so unfortunate that we see this running back and forth. However, I think that anyone who wants to be the bigger person in any conflict, right, that is already out there, should find a better way to get it done. Maybe this is the way that he thinks, that the world should see that what she did was either right or wrong. Or the way around. Maybe this is the way for him to now think, to show his colleagues or show whoever it is that who wants to hear that we are not done with this case yet. Justice might be delayed, but not denied. Who knows? Well, give and take. When I sit back and look at that, I ask myself a question. Isn't it just wasting our time? Isn't it just, distracting us? Can we now focus on what is more important? Can we have the Senate pass more bills? Can we have the Senate agree to more money being spent on security? Can we, for once, not wag our chins and talk about Natasha and Akpabio for once?
In that case, rather, then let's move on.
Yes, let's move on. Right, what do you have?
Oh, let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
All right, what we have on the Vanguard this morning, interesting one. It says, why presidency raised 2026 budget to 58 trillion. Again, why presidency raised 2026 budget to 58 trillion naira, not dollars, please, naira. So works on details as Nigerians await breakdown.
You see, I literally crossed my hand like this, awaiting the breakdown. But now, obviously, we're awaiting the breakdown because they don't have the breakdown clearly. So we'll have to wait and see what the breakdown will be.
I hope in that breakdown, there'll be a teeny tiny place where they will say, okay, for like 1 billion is meant to take good care of Elizabeth and Valentine for giving them good news and great analysis.
I hope so. That would be good.
Well, how else can we be? Can we appreciate this breakdown?
For doing the Lord's work.
Anyway, so you have it there. It says, why presidency raised 2026 budget to 58 trillion? We await the breakdown. It says, AFCON opening ceremony. You see our own Davido and French Montana of Morocco, slugging, singing away their hearts and doing that what they know how to do best right there on TV. You can see Davido, Davido is actually doing us very well, doing proud, making us proud.
Not just Davido, all of them, the big three. Away from the big three. So, in fact, all Nigerian musicians.
There we go. All right. So Nigerian musicians, kudos, great stuff. I'm partly in the entertainment business, so I know how most of them have been making great strides.
Davido, beyond his music, Davido also has a personality that is larger than life. Just someone that just genuinely wants to see others win.
Yes.
And that's such a pure spirit. Yes, really commendable, really admirable at the same time. So kudos to him.
Davido, if you're listening, we're giving you kudos. You did it. I'll just kidding, don't mind me. There's page 5, dynamics, implications of APC's dominance of NASS. At the top there it says unprecedented takeover. Dynamics, implications of APC's dominance of NASS. Page 5. Page 6 says NDLEA nabs female drug kingpin, seizes 23.5 kg cocaine in children's room. A friend of mine will say what the man can do. But it says here, my question now is, are you sure she wasn't framed? You can never.
That's another theory. That's another theory that we can't. We don't have facts. So
let's just go with what NDLEA has said.
Exactly.
Okay, so NDLEA, you've nabbed a female drug kingpin. Please do your facts well so that we make sure that she's actually the person or not someone who's trying to stage her, because a lot of people who try to make
do your findings.
Do your findings, please. Very important. So poverty, that's on page 6. Then page 7 it says poverty, which is like focus. So some ladies now use detergent for hair maintenance. Wow, I wouldn't know much about that. Maybe
Do you know how expensive shampoos are now? The good quality one. Is that the yeah? Do you know how expensive they are?
How much now? Bottle.
Oh my goodness! Depends on the product you're
Not
making.
Victoria's Secret.
Depends on the product. It doesn't have to even be Victoria's Secret. Depends on the product you're making use of. It's really expensive right now.
Okay. So, but I mean, can I ask them to look at Dudu wash, cheap something to wash your hair?
Because there are some products that ingredients inside of shampoos. That's why they're called shampoos. If that was the case, everyone would have been using shampoos to bathe, to do everything. But obviously,
what about Morning Fresh? You can wash your hair very well. It's cheap now.
We'll consider that. Now that we're considering detergent, we'll definitely consider that. It's even a better option.
There we go. So it says some ladies now use detergent for hair maintenance. Oh, well, I hope your hair doesn't break. Page 7 in the Vanguard, you can see that. Then page 10 quickly says Lagos ports. Are we running out of time? Almost there. So it says Lagos ports. Stakeholders decry mandatory e-call up system. See that on page 8, page 10. Lots of time. Do we jump to question of the day, or do we have more time for this?
Well, we can take that last one.
Last one. Okay. So it says here, mixed outlook at Christmas, lower food cost, high livestock prices. How does that add up really? Is it lower food costs, high livestock prices?
So food is different from livestock.
Right.
Yeah, so like the cows, the chickens, and all of that might be a little bit on the higher side. While food, I mean, we talked about easing inflation, so that also impacted food. So yeah, maybe.
So it simply means that I'll just simply go on what I used to eat, my normal rice and whatever it is, and let go the protein.
Really?
Yeah, that's
not balanced.
That's very healthy.
It's not balanced. I don't know if you're healthy. I'm not inside your body. I wouldn't know.
Anyway, so lower food costs, high livestock prices. Page 21. Very quickly, page 32 here says remaining 130 abducted Niger pupils released. Very important here. You know, again, remaining 130 abducted Niger pupils released. I would like to see at the end of the day. Yes, they've been released. Can we also see the remaining kidnappers and those who are in the bush now captured and eradicated?
That's actually the main thing that we're looking forward to.
Most definitely.
Because, if that ever happens.
Because if we can now, you know, secure this 130 pupils, and the people who perpetrated this crime are still out there, which means they are planning another heist. But again, thanks to Nigerian Army, with what they have been able to acquire, they're acquiring more drones, a whole lot of other stuff from different countries. You know, the 24 air fighters that we ordered in, a lot of money is beginning to enter the country. So Boko Haram and terrorists and those who mean evil for Nigeria, pack your tents now and begin to live. We'll come for you. I just spoke like a true general.
I'm telling you, actually. But then let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning. That's always where we wrap up our newspaper review on the show. It says the Kwara insecurity puzzle. Test your IQ. Identify the killer. So now you see the puzzle there. You see the diagram. And then we see start at the top. Below you see crime scene. And then you see somebody who has been killed, shot, or however it is. And on the left-hand side, you see terrorists. On the right-hand side, you see NSA-equipped vigilante. So then, that's why the title is the Kwara Insecurity Puzzle. It says, test your IQ, identify the killer. So what this means is identify the killer. Who killed this man who is lying in a pool of blood at the crime scene? Is it a terrorist or is it the NSA-equipped vigilante? That's the puzzle we're trying to solve now from Kwara State. We hope that the authorities get to the bottom of it and then we can experience some sort of sanity in Kwara State.
I agree with you. If we also look in depth, you will see that these people who have been carrying out these killings back and forth, right? How people who are sponsoring them. And so, as we look at the puzzle, if you look at it, the idea is to confuse Nigerians. We hope that we can still be able to stay focused to combat these criminals and not use another word to suppress criminals saying NSA, something. If anyone is found, you know, wanting, should be brought to book and sent to jail. And like they said, if he's going to attract a death penalty, so be it.
Absolutely. But that's why we'll leave it this morning on the Business Day television breakfast show right here on the Newspaper Review. Up next is Business Week with Mr. Frank Aibogon, as well as Ololade Akimurele, and as well as the Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. Do stay with us. We'll be back in the jiffy.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And welcome to Business Day Television. This is Business Week, and I must say that this will be our final edition for the year 2025. We promise to resume in the first week of 2026 with robust conversation, focused exploration of some of the most important economic developments in our nation. Before we get into the conversation today, one or two important things happening around the world. Firstly, Nigeria appears to be inflicting upon itself a fiscal crisis that is completely needless. I am aware that this is the focus of Business Day this morning on their front page, as well as on the front page of the Lagos Guardian. We're going to talk about this at some point later. How does a government that told its people that when you properly price foreign exchange, a lot of money will accrue to the government. When you properly price petrol prices, a lot of money will accrue to the government, and that might even reduce the borrowing. But what have we seen? A borrowing binge that seemed to have surged, and the people of Nigeria continuing to say that they don't feel anything. And then massive budget deficits, so much so that even the government itself cannot even count the figures of the deficit. They are going back to the National Assembly to place before the Assembly the 2024-2025 budget. And they have submitted 2026 budget without a clear foundation. We will talk about that later. And then, of course, on the foreign scene, the U.S. government, especially President Donald Trump, is intensifying his attack on Venezuela. In the last 1 week, U.S. Coast Guards have been pursuing oil tankers in the Caribbean. First was an oil tanker that was said not to have certification to pick cargo from Venezuela, and then second vessel, and we hear this morning that the U.S. Coast Guards are indeed pursuing a third vessel. All of this is leading to tension in the global oil market that is, even if temporarily, helping oil prices to firm up. Will be our view of what is happening around the world today. So, gentlemen, welcome. I have, as usual, in the studio, Dr. Adeosun, who is Chief Economist at Business Day, and of course, Lolade Akimu Rile, the editor of Business Day. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I'd like for us to get into the conversation this morning by me asking each of you to please list for me two important economic developments that stand out for you in the year 2025. And I'm going to start with you, Dr. Adeosun.
Thank you so much. Let me say compliment of the season to our esteemed viewers. The first one for me will be, generally speaking, the macroeconomic stability that we are attaining. I would like to particularly say I'm delighted with the fact that inflation has steadily come down to what it is now, around 14.45%, and I think that's a very big kudos to the central bank team, and hopefully we'll begin to see how this reduced inflation translates to the pocket of the average Nigerian. So
what makes this a standout issue for you?
First and foremost, when taking a step back to last year and the year before, when we had over 20 something percent, 30 or 30 something percent, before the basing, yeah. It was almost like we were heading for a catastrophe. And if that inflation trend was sustained, we might have ended in street riots, chaos, and it might have accentuated the insecurity. Even the so-called rich or middle class will not have been safe anymore, because we were going to a place of desperation as a result of hunger and increased cost of living. So that's one reason why reversing that trend and bringing it to what it is now is a major milestone, in my opinion.
Interesting. All right, Lorade, I'll ask you to name one, and we will talk about that and the point of macroeconomic stability that Dr. Adeosun alluded.
Thank you, sir. I think for me it would be the Naira stability. And if you really look at it, it also feeds into the point that Dr. Adeosun has made about inflation. Because one of the drivers of the decline in inflation that we've seen is also the Naira stability, aside the fact that, of course, we've had a rebasing that has attached new weightings to different items in the food basket that has just made the rates go down. But for me, Naira stability, we've gone from a point where you check major newspapers, what dominates the headlines is about the Naira rates, but nobody seems to check anymore. It's almost like everyone expects that, look, you know what rate it is, it's transparent enough, you know what rate you're going to get when you go to the market. So the news that was around, the rate is at this rate, is at this level, just seemed to dissipate really for most of the year. And that's real kudos to the central bank, because I feel like that has set the foundation for the rapid economic expansion that most people are predicting in 2026, because it's such a big deal. The Naira, the exchange rate impacts almost everything we do as a country, and impacts the economy as well. And every other thing feeds up from there. That's why I was saying earlier that even the inflationary gains that we're seeing is also partly down to the Naira stability. So it's really good. It's positive. But for me, I think we shouldn't rest on our oars. It's important to start thinking now of how to sustain the foreign inflows that we have seen that has helped steady the Naira, how to sustain that going forward so that it's not just a flash in the pan, but it's something that we have with us for many, many years to come. Just a stable currency that ensures that businesses, it reduces the cost of doing business and takes away the uncertainty that used to bedevil doing business in Nigeria. And I think part of that Naira stability as well is also down to the operations of the Dangote refinery, because you can't take away the fact that the refinery has come fully on stream. It has taken off some demand from foreign exchange demand from the market, and that has also helped the Naira. without the Dangote refinery, I wonder what would be.
And apart from demand, it has also stabilized, or in fact, brought prices down, petrol prices down as well.
Exactly, and it's important that we say that this is happening against the backdrop of lower oil prices, because typically Nigeria's currency tends to feel the heat when oil prices tend to slide down. But that has been happening, but the Naira is still stable. So that's real big kudos. And for me, that's one big economic event for 2025.
Thank you. Now, let's come back to inflation. Inflation coming down doesn't necessarily mean that prices are coming down. It just says that prices are increasing at a slower momentum than the previous period, if you're measuring month by month. But the important thing, and I really want us to talk about this, the important thing is Nigerians continue to complain. Are they unrealistic? Are they unwilling to accept the fact? Or is it that the deceleration in inflation is incapable of bringing any respite to the average Nigerian? What exactly is it?
I think it's more of a case that most Nigerians are comparing where prices are now to maybe 2023 or 2022. So it depends on the base year you're looking at.
Okay.
So if you look at that, then there's really no succor. There's been no succor in inflation. It's been a massive increase, whether you're looking at the cost of a bag of rice or a bag of beans, things that most Nigerians consume. If you compare it to 2023 then. But if you compare it to 2024, then you see that, okay, yes, there's been some sort of decline, deceleration. Prices are not rising as fast as they were rising at the time. So I think it just depends on where your base year, where you're comparing from. But you still can't take away the fact that there's still pain in the land. That's my point exactly. There's still pain in the land. Most of the gains that we're seeing is also down to the rebasing, which is more arithmetic than real impact. So you'll find that if we were to still continue calculating inflation with the old measure, the old rates, you definitely see that perhaps, maybe deceleration, yes, because of the naira stability, but it will not be 14% like the last reading.
I'm not sure there's a proof of that. Dr. Ayoteriba, for instance, says there is no proof that the deceleration numbers that we see are linked to rebasing. He argues, for instance, that regardless of rebasing, we still would have seen the deceleration that we're seeing today.
Yes, we would have seen the deceleration.
I think it is fair just to have both sides of the argument here.
I agree. We would have seen a deceleration, but not to 14.45%.
I'm not exactly sure because no one has done. I've not
any
done
analysis to
say if we continued with the former basket, that this is what where we'll be now, against where we are today. Yes. So I'd like to, as a journalist, I always say that Nigerians have a way, very ingenious people. When the data is good, they don't believe. When it's bad, they believe. And it doesn't matter whether it's from the same
Well, there's this, Stamic IBTC, they push out this weekly economic notes. Yeah. So their chief economist there has actually been calculated every time the NBS releases inflation data. He has tried, even though he has said that this might not be accurate, he has tried to just estimate what the inflation rate will be, looking at the old methodology. And I think the last reading, I think it was 26%. Yeah, 26% compared to, but there's been a decline, no doubt, which is where I agree with Dr. Ayoteriba's prognosis that yes, indeed, whether or not we've had rebasing, would have still seen the decline. Because if you see the factors like the naira stability, for instance, that has definitely positively impacted the inflation rate. So yeah, 14.5%, that's quite good.
Let's take one more point. I mean, when inflation surged, we were very divided in terms of why inflation was heading northwards. Some people argued, and very vehemently, that the reason was linked to the volatility of the naira. Others were of the view that the surge in inflation can be traceable to the size of or the volume of money in circulation. From hindsight now, what have we learned? Because next time we may come to the same position. It's important for us to know what has helped to really crystallize the deceleration in inflation. Dr. Day.
So I would say that if you go back to the basics, elementary economics, inflation is generally when you have too much money
chasing few goods. Yeah.
So bottom line is our productivity, our production level. Now, all the other factors, forex, and so on and so forth, are important.
You don't think forex was core central?
It was part of it, but
it wasn't core. You mean?
Well, core may be relative, but it still speaks to demand when you are demanding for products.
Yeah. Can I jump in here? You know, inflation. It's either you have demand pull, which is what you've explained, like too much money chasing few goods, or cost shock. So a case where
inflation,
where the cost of producing, the cost of production is just too high, people can't afford it. That's also another side of inflation. I'll say it's a mix of both. On one hand, you had too much money in circulation. The central bank has been mopping up that liquidity, and that has definitely helped inflation. On the other end, you have the naira stability because, of course, we rely quite heavily on imports, especially the manufacturers and all of that.
Is there any evidence of us feeling a reduction in money supply in Nigeria?
Yeah, money in circulation has reduced. If you look at money supply,
I'm not talking about data. I'm talking about feel.
The feel now.
So you will see that.
Is it just a paper reduction in money?
From a feeling perspective, you will see that the average Nigerian is extra cautious now with expenditure.
Yes.
You
and we're taking on loans as well. Cost of borrowing is high.
It's high.
That's a sign of
people are more
less liquidity.
Less assured relative to the past. And these are evidences that from a few perspectives that Nigerians are more cautious and things people are complaining.
And I can give a quick example. I was at the wedding on Saturday, and you know those money changers. Those money changers. I was at the wedding on Saturday. Those money changers that typically go around within the world saying, you know, typically my experience is that when I go for weddings like that, before you know it, you start to beg them to even get some cash. They run out quickly. But this time around, the lady was moving. They were like 6 of them. They were moving around. They still had lots of cash. Nobody was looking their way. They were asking. They were saying, "Oh, you know what? Okay, we are selling for this amount." Nobody said anything. They brought it down by 50%. Nobody said anything. At some point, they were just saying, you know, just buy it up for us. We bought it here already. I would be happy to. But nobody was. So that's perhaps another sign that, liquidity is a little bit tight.
That confirms the point that people are spending very cautiously. Anyway, let us pivot to the next 2 points that you may have. I'll start with you, Lolade. What is your own second out economic issue in Nigeria in 2025?
I think I have to look at the stock market here because I know that investment is another key thing. I think this year we've seen the stock market really start to attract the confidence that it used to have in the past. Foreign investors are coming back. I think the reform journey started in 2023. Some of them did not rush back in because they had their fingers burnt in the past. They waited to just see what was going on. 2024 as well, you know, they were still testing the waters. But I think in 2025, even though it hasn't peaked yet, but I think it's the year where you're seeing that resurgence in foreign investor confidence in our stock market. I mean, you can look at the market return is over 30% year to date, and that has been the trend for the last 2 years. And the expectations are next year would even be better with the listing of the Dangote refinery looking very, very much likely. I think that's good the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, thanks a lot. So for you, 2 things, the Naira stability and, of course, the surge in the capitalization of the Nigerian stock exchange. Okay, what would be your second? Talked about the macroeconomic stability. What second
Another point I like for me is our taking $47 billion in external reserve. That for me is huge. It's huge because it shows that give or take, we are now able to get in more foreign exchange, which also affects other things like inflation, and it shows that as a government, as a people, we can earn more, and of course, I'm particularly glad this increase in foreign reserve. So for me, it's delightful because we've attained heights we've not seen in like 4 or 5 years in 2025 from a forex perspective.
Interesting. We've seen, as you said, a surge in foreign inflows led largely by FPIs, foreign portfolio investment. And I think you will probably look, I'm not exactly sure what the numbers are, but as Dr. Deoshun said, we have witnessed unprecedented flows in foreign exchange. And all of that, I believe, led to the stability in FX rates that we are seeing. So what concerns should there be, given, as we all know,
hot money,
that FBI is hot money? But I always say to people, why are you looking for a cure for a problem you do not have, or for a sickness that you don't have? Should we be bothered about that now, Lolade?
Yeah, I think, of course, we have to. I mean, history just suggests that you have to be very careful. We've been here before in terms of just attracting hot money, and then all of a sudden, just one little shift, and all of that money went out. So while it's good to have that, it's also important to always have a contingency plan, to also open up other sources of foreign inflows so that you're not overly reliant on foreign portfolio inflows, as is the case with us right now. So you want to talk about diaspora remittances, for instance. We need more policies that ensures that we incentivize diaspora remittance inflows, because we know that Nigerians in the diaspora have got quite significant amounts of money, and they're just looking for the right investment vehicles to bring that money back to Nigeria. So that's one important thing. Oil exports, we don't control the price, and recently we've stopped being able to even control the production, but that's not something that you can really plan with as it looks now. But FDI is also another point. Even though that is more long term, I believe that we will start to see more FDI next year. I remember that I had a conversation with a foreign investor last week, and he was talking about how next year will be really pivotal for foreign direct investors, because typically they tend to take a cycle of say 4 to 5 years to just evaluate a country's reforms. If they see that there's no risk of a reversal, then it means that they can put their money in that country. So they said that by next year, then conversations will start. They'll start having conversations with Nigerian government officials as to areas where they can invest. The opportunities are there. We had the glowing commendation that came the other time from Mr. Bayo Ogunlesi, when he visited. So I think that that's also one area to look at. So I just believe it's really about political will. If we do the right things, implement the right policies, then we won't have to be so reliant on FPIs, and we can just open up other sources of foreign inflows that would help ensure that the naira stability we're seeing now is sustained over the long run.
Fantastic. So very well. I mean, 4 key developments that stand out, and it turns out that all the 4 are positive. There is also the credit rating upgrade for Nigeria. There is also the exit from the grey list. So, I mean, huge positives for Nigeria. I'm sure you will all agree.
Yeah, huge positives. The only downside is that the average Nigerian is still not able to feel the real impact of this. Yes, most of these gains are macro level gains, but they haven't really trickled down to the vulnerable Nigerians. Poverty is deepening. The World Bank put out a report to say that 137 million Nigerians slipped into poverty this year. So that's the only downside.
Wow.
A lot of people cannot relate to some of the things that we have talked about here.
Those
they need
people
jobs.
are wondering whether they are Nigerians.
Exactly. Or whether they're living in Nigeria. They need jobs.
This is a very, very
they need inflation to fall faster.
Cascading these macroeconomic gains into a welfareism. But I want to say here that there needs to be better synergy between the government and the citizenry. Let's use a very recent positive development, the reduction in PLS. Please, you can check. Transport has not reduced anywhere in Nigeria. So the gains from Dangote's reduction in refinery price is going to transporters. I went to Ibadan on Saturday, 8,000. No, but I came back on Sunday, 9,001. I'm sure they will say it's demand and Christmas.
Christmas period is not a good time to measure.
But the point came down significantly.
But the point that I wanted to make is everybody is not going into a bus. People are buying fuel into their cars, and those people are feeling the benefit of almost 100 million, almost 100 naira reduction.
Food should have dropped. When you say everybody's not going to a bus, don't forget that food is still entering lorries and
so what can be done about that? So is there anything that can be done about that?
So there needs to be some form of shift and reorientation.
What kind of shift are you talking about?
Nigerians need to cooperate with the government. We can't say everything government. They give us a rebate, but we don't transfer it to the consumer. I think it's unfair.
Yes, I hope you are.
I
hope you are enjoying our conversation. We never seem all to agree on this panel, which is good, because in economics, all things are never equal. We will take a break at this point, but I assure you we will come back very quickly. This is Business Week.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Welcome back to Business Week, our weekly economic roundup brought to you by BusinessDay Television. Before we went on break, we examined 4 very important standout economic issues in Nigeria in 2025. Now we will pivot and talk about what is beginning to look like a self-inflicted fiscal crisis. It is emerging, but it is real. It is coming down like a trailer coming down the hill. And we all might need to begin to go for cover very quickly. And what do I mean? In 2024, the government budgeted more than it could find cash to cover. In 2025, the government repeated the indulgence. And in 2026, the government seeks to do exactly the same thing. Doing the same bad thing and expecting a good turnout. Take 2025 budget, for instance. The budget estimate was 54 trillion naira. 12 trillion of that came in as actual revenue. 14 trillion was all we could borrow, meaning that half of the budget did not have cash backup. Not surprising, government is not able to do all it says it will do. And the biggest victim has been capital expenditure. The perils that we face as a nation with the emerging fiscal crisis. So soon, after we were told that if we deregulated petrol price, our borrowing affliction will end or slow down. We were told that if we better priced the naira, the dollar, that Nigeria would have money. And in fact, not too long ago, the president himself said, we have arrived. So, Lolade, why is this a big issue that made BusinessDay to lead with it today?
Yeah, I think it's a big one. What we're seeing really is fiscal recklessness. Like you rightly said.
Fiscal recklessness.
Yes, like you rightly said, we already started seeing gaps in the budget as far as 2024, where revenue projections did not match actual revenues. Same thing happened in 2025. And then we're about to repeat the same thing in 2026, which I find really shocking. So 58 trillion naira budget for 2026, revenue expectation of 34 trillion naira.
And I bet those revenues will not come.
It's unlikely because if you look at 2025, we've just got 12 trillion.
Yes.
And they are expecting 34 trillion
to grow
by almost 3 times in 2026. I'm not sure where that money is going to come from. If you look at some of the predications there for the oil price, for instance, about $65. If you compare that to what we're hearing, most people feel like there's, in fact, it's already happening. There's a supply growth in the market.
$60 a barrel.
Precisely. Most of the big banks believe the same, that it will be between $50 to $55. We're still expecting 1.8 million barrels a day versus the average of 1.5 that we did this year. So if you look at it, on the best, from most of the numbers that we analyze in putting out our lead story today, it looks more likely that the government might just end up raising half of the 2026 revenue target, which would come to about 17 trillion. Now, if that happens, you already have a budget deficit of 23 trillion on paper right now. That's if you are able to raise 34 trillion in revenues. But if you end up raising...
we can provide a better context here. Now, I don't think any of us here is suggesting that we should not dream. Yeah? So Nigeria must dream and be audacious. I have absolutely no problem with that. But Nigeria also must be realistic.
Mm-hmm.
We are at a time when, as the World Bank says, over 100 million Nigerians in poverty. This is the time for very careful, painstaking, calculated approach by government. It's not a time for meaningless politics. It's not a time for taking the people for a ride. When you look at budget estimates for the last 3 years, 2024, 2025, and the estimate that has just been placed before the National Assembly, let's unpack it. Oil revenue production consistently unrealizable. And the government hasn't told us anything that will change in 2026. Oil price. And what I find crazy about this is the executive goes to the National Assembly with an oil price that is slightly muted. And then the assembly jacks it up because that's where they dream the most, and that's where they eat pounded yam the most as well. And then they jack it up beyond levels that are reasonable. Yeah? Now we are finding that as huge as our appetite is for borrowing, Nigeria cannot borrow fast enough to meet the gap that it is creating.
Yeah. It's impossible. If you end up with a deficit of 40 trillion, where are you going to get that cash from? And that then brings us to the fact that would even negatively impact the economy if you try to raise that from the, even though you know that you've got the domestic borrowing angle and then the external borrowing, but if you try to raise at least half of that domestically, you'll crowd out the private sector, which is really the true engine of economic growth. Because where would it get, I mean, all this talk we're having about, the need for interest rates to come down so that businesses can access more affordable credit. It will be a pipe dream because the government is in the market blowing everybody out of water because they have huge debt obligations to meet.
And Dr. Adiashon, please address this for me because you're talking about dreaming. This year, 2025, the total federal government revenues amounted to 12 trillion. Debt service in Nigeria in 2025 was 1 trillion a month, which means that 100% of federal government revenues were deployed to pay debt. How much should we dream, sir?
So, we have multiple budgets running. We still have 2024.
Which is an indictment.
We have 2025.
It's not a sign that we've been over budget. We've been dreaming too big, really.
And do we know why we can?
Maybe not the dreaming. Maybe the execution has not matched up with the dream.
And then suddenly 2026, the execution is going to match up.
Don't forget that. Don't forget that this is the third year of this administration. And the administration, in quotes, will try to push bigger.
Is it
Nigerians?
Is it because of the election coming?
It's a pre-election year.
So
this should be their best year ever.
Best year in what?
And you can see what
in reckless budgeting.
Not reckless budgeting, in relentless execution, mobilization of funds. See, I know there are pockets of concerns, and they are very valid. Just a few weeks ago, from a private sector perspective, Afriex Bank still provided one of the top Nigerian banks $750 million lifeline to expand oil and gas production. We are working on reducing gas flaring. So there are pockets of revenue streams we are missing out.
But those things take years to be translated from projects and project financing to actual revenues or tax revenues for government. They take time.
Absolutely.
They take time.
I think, for example, our revenues are grossly underutilized. We are not doing enough. A lot of people are still way outside of the tax.
I agree.
And these are things we need to mop up.
Yes, I agree.
The targets may be overtly ambitious, but if that is what will stretch us out of this limit, I think we need it.
No, that's not what you need to stretch you. What you need to stretch you is implementation capacity. When you develop that implementation capacity, then you can stretch your dream. You don't stretch your dream and expect that your implementation capacity is going to get better. You're wasting your time because you're dealing with the same people. You're dealing with the same system. You're dealing with the same waste. There's absolutely no point. For me, that's a grave area of error by this administration. It's like they don't have economists in government.
Really?
How do you assume revenues that you know over the years you have never achieved, and you are even topping it for 2026? What's going on?
And it's an it's just a clear sign that we've failed to achieve our revenue projections, and that's why you've seen these multiple budgets running concurrently.
And then what happened to savings from petrol subsidy removal? What happened to savings from proper pricing of the foreign exchange that we earn? What has happened? Anyway,
I think one of the biggest criticism against this government really is that fiscal transparency is nowhere close to previous administrations.
So far this year, there hasn't been any budget implementation report.
Precisely.
And it is simply because of the disaster that we have on our hands.
It's a huge gap.
It's a huge one. So
And
they're
just-
covering
and-
a lot.
and-
They're covering up a
and-
lot.
and it accentuates the trust deficit that the government has to deal with.
Exactly.
Why would people believe them?
Exactly.
Why? Tell me why people should
especially
believe
going
government.
into a year where you have tax reforms, they will be asking some people at least, to pay more taxes, and you're not, you've not done enough to just it's
Interesting.
Utilization.
And the danger in this, when we carry on this way, it will become very clear that the only way to get out of it is to put in place an IMF supervised program. That's where we are headed. That's where we are headed. Unless the government takes heed very quickly, this budget that they have sent to the National Assembly, it should go back.
Yeah.
I talked to people
Yeah.
who said to me that they are budgeting 54 trillion. A more sensible level would be something like 38 trillion naira.
I doubt
Yeah.
if this National Assembly.
Which will make sense, because how
No,
do you
but the National Assembly doesn't care.
They won't send it back.
They won't
It's a
care.
pity. It's a pity then. How
It's shocking.
How does your budget rise by 115% in just 2 years?
How?
Come on. Is it a Ponzi scheme?
Perhaps it is. Some people say, many of the things
They will
that.
say that some state budget too has risen.
That
It
was.
It has.
We don't want to talk about
Most
the
of them
states
are
because
getting trillion
if we talk
budgets
about
now.
the states, we're not going to live here today. Now let's go on to our final point of or topic of conversation today. This morning, BusinessDay announced its person of the year in the person of the richest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote. And I found very interesting the headline. Aliko Dangote makes all the bet on the refinery, and then he won.
Yeah.
Please explain to
He
us.
bet everything on the refinery and he won. I think, if we go back to when Aliko Dangote muted the idea of building a refinery, I think a lot of people came out to say, come on, you've got to be foolish to think you can do this. Nigeria has existed for how many years now? We've been producing crude oil. The irony has always been that how does a country blessed with crude oil just essentially export all of that crude and then import refined petroleum, because we didn't have a single functional refinery, and we're spending billions of dollars on turnaround maintenances every other year that led to nothing. And then you have this private sector man who was, who had this bold dream to say that, look, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is and invest $20 billion in a refinery, and it would work. A lot of people thought, come on. Even when when it got to the point of importing some of the heavy-duty equipment, a lot of people doubted along the way. It looked like it wasn't going to happen. The goalpost was shifted multiple times. That's the date of the start for the refinery. But here we are today. Against all odds, he has delivered that refinery. Nigeria has gone from being a net importer of refined petroleum products to a net exporter. Not just a net exporter, but a net exporter to the US, which just tells you about the quality of the petroleum product that the Dangote refinery produces, because, of course, the US is a market with very high standards. So what has now happened is that even though that has translated to gains for the man himself in terms of his wealth, but it has had an even bigger impact on the economy and on the people. We were talking earlier about some of our biggest events for 2025. We talked about the Naira stability, we talked about inflation coming down, the impact of that. And a lot of that is down to the operations of the refinery. I think that's one of the reasons why the previous central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, was really doing his best to support the refinery, because he knew that that refinery fully functioning would solve a lot of the problems he had at the time with foreign exchange. And that has just crystallized this year. The Naira has been stable. We had the Dangote refinery. It has also helped break the jinx of the usual petrol scarcity that we experienced during festive seasons. This year, it hasn't been the case. Last year, the same thing. The man has just unilaterally transformed Nigeria's fortunes. I think he deserves even more credit than he gets. And we thought that it would be important. I mean, we are the voice of business. It would be important for us to just showcase the man and give him the credit he deserves by naming him our Man of the Year, just by the sheer impact that his investment has had on the Nigerian economy and on average Nigerians.
Fantastic. I noticed the artist impression of him, which you had on your front page. I hope we can show it to our viewers. Very good work done by the artist. But Dr. Adeosun, what's your take on Dangote being the Man of the Year?
Well deserved. And I'd like to contribute by saying that he has also fought a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When I say fights, I'm putting this out there so that people will know that great outcomes are a result of great attention to details, taking on stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
Because some of your stakeholders that are, in quotes, supposed to be your allies, unintentionally may be fighting against you.
Precisely.
And I'll give you 3 instances. Some of these workers, Union. These are people that, of course, they had good intentions, but he was able to work around it. And he identified some employees that he thinks will be a stumbling block. And he moved them to other aspects of the business. Of course, after back and forth with the national union. That's one key thing. Another one stakeholder is the regulator. You know, on multiple fronts. First, there was an issue of him, you know, not being given crude, and he had to go out to get
and even before that, the regulator said the refinery was not ready. The refinery even doubted the quality of the refined product.
Shocking. Even though he never visited the refinery.
You know,
he never visited the refinery. But when he had the falls done in Port Harcourt refinery, he was there. He always functional. Number where are we with that today?
So you will see that, and this is for maybe other industrialists, entrepreneurs, or even SME owners, that the journey to greatness is cut out. And don't think that because you are Dangote, you will have it easy. We all know now that he's working at, let me use the street language, he's hustling. So we must be able and willing to take the battles ahead of us, one at a time. And no respite. Because it's almost like as Dangote is surmounting all obstacles.
They are coming up with new tricks. You know, I mean, in January of 2019, that was the year of COVID. We were in a hotel room, the hotel that the former vice president, Professor Shibajo, was staying. And it was at the conference room that Nigeria launched its, what's it called? The free trade thing to focus on textile.
CFTA.
K. Enalama then was Minister of Investment, so he led the conversation. I was in the room. At some point, when Aliko spoke, he said something very instructive. He said he thought that in Nigeria, it would be good for government to create a department that helps to ensure that from the time when an investment decision is announced to when the plant is running, that government is there all the way to ensure that it is not just an announcement made, to help smoothen the path for the investors to be able to realize their dream. That's one. The other point is that I was in the room at Sheraton Hotel when Dangote first announced that he was going to build this refinery. And he said to me, because I had said to him that, not to him, to the audience, that I thought that only a madman would build a refinery in Nigeria, given the strict government control on price. And Aliko took the microphone and said, I am that person you are referring to. I want to build a refinery. And there was something he said, that if when the refinery is complete and Nigeria is not ready to take the product, because he was building a world-class refinery, he will sell the product to the rest of the world. And you can see that he prepared for that, because much of that is happening today. You know. But the third point that I'd like to make is that the success of Aliko, in my view, signposts the quality of private capital. And makes the point why Nigeria must truly allow the enthronement of private capital at the very highest level. It is the only way that Nigeria is going to make product.
Clearly.
One comment from each of you and we will wrap up.
I think that's a very powerful comment. I totally agree. Yes, it's really a signpost of what private capital can do, how it can transform the fortunes of a country. I mean, we talked earlier about how we've tried to have a functional refinery, government-owned refineries, it never worked. But look at what the Dangote refinery has done. It just it just showed that it's not rocket science to have a functional refinery. We used to think it was rocket science.
It's not.
So I think that's a really powerful point.
Thank you. Dr. Leoshin?
I look forward to 2026, greater improved welfare for the average citizen and average business owner and company, and good health. That will be my position.
Thank you very much. Reviewers, as I said earlier, this will be our last edition for 2025. It is for us to wish you a fantastic Christmas and a blessed 2026. We have done a lot in terms of what we have achieved as a nation, but there is a lot that still has to be done. There are some old ways we are unwilling to quit, like budgeting recklessly. But I think that the work that has been done to create significant macroeconomic stability should propel businesses and individuals into a good 2026. And that's our wish for you, that your 2026 will be better than 2025. You take good care. See you in 2026.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the big story right here on the bdtv Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria once embarked on one of its most ambitious internal security technology projects, a nationwide police communication network valued at about $470 million, designed to connect officers across states in real time, improve emergency response and modernize policing. Today, much of that infrastructure lies dormant, degraded, or completely abandoned. So the question is, what went wrong? Was this a failure of technology, a breakdown of maintenance culture, or a deeper problem of governance, accountability, and continuity in public sector tech projects? Well, these are some of the questions we're asking this morning. And this is not just a story about a collapsed network. It's a window into how Nigeria builds large-scale technology systems, how it sustains them or fails to, and what happens when critical digital infrastructure is left to decay in a country facing complex security challenges. Well, joining me this morning is Royal Ibe. She's the head of the tech desk at BusinessDay. She's been following this closely for a while now. We're examining how Nigeria's $470 million police communication network fell into ruins after 2015. Welcome to the show, Royal.
So much, Lizzie, for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So take us back to the beginning, really. What exactly was this 470 million police communication network designed to do? And why was it seen as a game changer at that time?
Thank you for that question. So this $470 million police communication network was designed to be the digital backbone of policing in Nigeria. So the system was designed to give the police and other security agencies secured nationwide radio communication. That is real-time command and control, emergency call center, tracking, video conferencing, and city surveillance. So you just name it. It was supposed to be the game changer, right? For the first time, this was the first time Nigeria was trying to move away from fragmented analog radios and manual reporting to a single secure nationwide digital platform. If it had fully worked, it would have dramatically improved coordination, response time, and officer safety.
Reporting, all of the reporting you've done, how extensive was this rollout to you? How much of the country was actually covered before the cracks began to show?
Unfortunately, the rollout was significant but incomplete. So the plan was for them to roll it in the 36 states plus FCT, but infrastructure was installed across many states though and the FCT. including, so the infrastructure was like setting up masts, control room, command center, and CCTV components. So part of the system were tested and operated between, let's say, late 2012 and mid 2013. However, the system never matured into a fully stable nationwide operation. Even that, before that 2015 that I quoted in my report, funding gaps, power issues, and weak maintenance made the system underutilized. So they didn't roll it in the 36 states plus FCT, but they rolled in some states and the FCT. But with that, we had issue of funding gaps, power issue, and weak maintenance, right, that made the system underutilized.
And some of the timeline that we see, the timeline actually points to post 2015. What really shifted? Would you say it was leadership? Would you say it was funding? Would you say it was the policy direction, or simply political will?
I just feel it's a priority and continuity problem that we had. You see, you can also call it political will. Maintenance contracts, according to my findings, lapsed. Operational funding dried up, and there was no clear policy decision to sustain that project or upgrade it or integrate the system into daily policing. So I would say it's a kind of political will. Priority was not there. So rather than a dramatic switch off, it was like a gradual abandonment driven by mostly funding decisions and shifting institutional focus.
Ultimately a technology failure, or did the real problems lie in governance? Did it lie in maintenance or some of the institutional continuity?
Technology failure, because technology is meant to enhance system. It's meant to make system work. So it wasn't technology failure. The design itself was sound, and similar system work in other countries. Imagine you having a police communication network connected together, meaning what is happening in one state, the whole police system is aware of what is happening in each of the states. So it's never a technology failure. The real failure was governance. That is weak maintenance culture, poor handover arrangements, lack of long-term funding. There wasn't funding, and no single authority can say, okay, this system falls under my purview. So it's more or less governance issue, not technology.
And who was responsible for owning and maintaining this network after deployment? Where did the accountability actually break down?
For that beautiful question, because you said nobody owned the system. Like, the system is owned. Responsibility was shared across the Ministry of Police Affairs, the Nigeria Police Force, and other security stakeholders. So no one particular agency could say, I am in charge of it. So it was shared among these three agencies, right? So accountability kind of like broke down because ownership was diffused. No institution treated the system as their own, right? As a mission, like their own mission to protect it, right? So we cannot point it that, oh, it's supposed to be under the police or it's supposed to be under these security agencies. Do you get it? So there was no clear ownership of the projects.
And how did some of the procurement processes and vendor arrangement, how did they affect the long-term viability of the system that we're talking about here?
It was largely treated as a one-off procurement. So there was no long-term service platform. According to my findings, right? Maintenance, upgrades, local capacity building, and allied technical costs were not significantly protected in policy and budgeting. We didn't see any of that. So once the vendor contract expired, the whole system was down. Nobody took the ownership of it. The whole system went down. Immediately the vendor contract expired.
And on the ground, Royal, what did this collapse of this network, what did it mean for policing, especially in terms of coordination, in terms of response time and officer safety itself? What did it mean in entirety?
Thank you so much. You know, I stated earlier that the whole system was meant to coordinate the operation of the police system, right? It was meant to coordinate it. So with this collapse, it means that the police will continue to operate with fragmented communications. We have slow information flow and poor interstate coordination. Here that something, imagine when a kidnapper wants to kidnap these children, take for instance the Niger State children, you could see it's not like done in 30 minutes. No, it may take up to an hour. But if the system were on ground, the police could quickly respond and tackle the issue before even the kidnapping starts. Before the kidnapper even enter the state, they should be aware of it. Do you get it? With the system, the way the system was built, they should be aware of it. So it meant that the police will continue to operate with fragmented communications, slow information flow, and poor interstate coordination. So, and that's very dangerous because police will now be more exposed to danger. Response time will remain slow, and there will be no reliable national system for tracking incidents, suspects, or emergencies. That's what we are seeing today in the country.
Mm-hmm. And talk to us from a technology policy standpoint, Royal. What does this case actually reveal about how Nigeria manages this big public sector digital infrastructure?
It's a pattern because we've seen this play in other sectors. So Nigeria is often strong on launching big tech projects, but they are always weak on governance, maintenance, and continuity. So technology is still seen as equipment to be bought, not as critical infrastructure that must be funded continually, upgraded, and protected. Now, I will take you out, for instance, I'll take you back to the telecom industry. You see, this year, the telecom sector budgeted 1 trillion naira to upgrade infrastructure. Yes, Nigeria government has already designated the telecom infrastructure as critical national infrastructure, but implementation has been the issue. Imagine you put in a whole 1 trillion naira into upgrade of your system, and sometimes this money they'll use it to even maintain what vandalism, like maintain the cost of maybe the implication of vandalism. We've seen, like in the telecom sector, that no network in particular area because people have vandalized their equipment. So we have always have issue with when it comes to implementation. Nigeria has great policies, but implementing these policies to protect the infrastructure they already spent billions of naira to settle is always a big issue.
And talk to us, are there other government tech systems today that actually you believe face similar risk if lessons from this failure are not applied?
I've just stated that of the telecom industry, which I cover, but you can also see that in other sectors. You see that in identity management, in health records, surveillance, or even in the transport system. They all face the same issue. That is maintenance funding, institutional ownership, and accountability are not always clearly stated. So that's a major issue.
And if the authorities today decide to attempt to rebuild, attempt a rebuild, what would need to be done differently to actually ensure that sustainability and value for money is realized?
Thank you. I stated some of the recommendations in my report, but then let's just summarize them. First, there must be clear institutional ownership. The issue that we had with this project is that nobody claim ownership of it, right? So we need to tackle that issue. Second, funding for maintenance. Maintenance is always a big issue when it comes to government projects. There must be funding, clear funding for maintenance and upgrades, right? Government must always budget money for maintenance and upgrades. So Nigeria must build local technical
on technology to tackle our security governance challenges. What's the lesson we can take from this?
You mentioned one question you answered, if technology was a problem. Yet to tell you that technology is never the problem. It does not fail countries. Rather, governance does. So without continuity, maintenance, and accountability, even the most expensive and sophisticated system will quietly decay. And that's the case we see today. So it's not just about technology. No, technology is even meant to enhance the system. So in this case of this, the story, the police communication network, the cost of that decay is measured not just in money, but in human lives. We've seen how many of these children of our people are kidnapped on a daily basis. So it's not just about the money right now. Governments will need to think down, re-strategize, look at these policies, look at some of the innovations they've rolled out in recent time, and see how they can revive this innovation. Example is the police communication network. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Really, the head of the tech desk here at Business Day, thank you very much for joining us this morning on The Big Story. Do have a lovely day. Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria
and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Back, this is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Of course, joining me on Social Listening this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, we're ready to see some of the stories making the rounds on social media. And of course, how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. The first one gaining our attention this morning is Senator Shehu Sani's recent reaction to the new U.S. travel restrictions that include Nigeria. Shehu Sani has again urged Nigerians to manage the country if they can't have access to the United States. Now, the former senator, in a sarcastic post which has generated mixed reaction across social media, has urged Nigerians to manage the Obudu Ranch Resort if they can't visit Times Square, which of course is in the out of the country. He pointed out that although security was given as the reason, most of the affected countries are also Black, African and Caribbean nations, while others were left out. The new rules suspend several visa categories, including tourist, student and exchange visas from January 1, 2026, with the United States actually citing poor screening systems and visa overstays as a justification for this. This one, well, we did see, was it last week, that the United States, highlighted some countries as, restricting visas. In Nigeria's case, they had mentioned that because of insecurity, that was the reason for us, our own restriction. So now Shehu Sani has come out to say, you know what, even if you can go to Times Square, you can visit Obudu Ranch.
Wow.
And you remember my story with Obudu Ranch last week when I was going. How many people will want to take up that money to go within Nigeria?
Judging the fact that, well, first and foremost, I think for what it is, he's trying to sound patriotic. But even at that, there are some people who will give tooth and nail and everything just to get to that Times Square.
But he's even missing the point. He's missing the point because we're talking about, he's missing the point because the reason that was highlighted for this restriction, for the case of Nigeria, is the insecurity within the country. And if people want to travel, in fact, to see Obudu, because he's trying to push, maybe that's a tongue-in-cheek approach to say this is time for us to embrace our own tourism. And I'm looking at him and I'm saying this is hypocritical, because I'm sure that you yourself, you are not even doing that. Because it's not like we don't want to go within, but road trips are supposed to be nice. But when you think about the insecurity, what has been done about it? So now, if I now choose to use a flight, how much am I making use of? How much am I spending to fly to Cross River State within the country when I can see the world?
Well, again, I think, like you rightly said, tongue in cheek, if he really wants Nigerians to, visit Obudu Ranch and other tourist attraction, because I'm sure that's where it's heading to, an event where, not even an event, in a certainty that, look, well, we can't travel to America anymore since there is there's a recent visa ban kind of. Can we in this country lead the way? Can we see him make that speech from Obudu Ranch? Now, I'm not saying that we should go and start begging the United States, oh, please allow us, open up visa. No, I don't. I think it's even wrong to even reply themselves. Just allow it to be. But in response to what former Senator Shehu has said, I think Shehu Sani should understand that they say leadership by example matters a lot. I want to see his next post, him taking pictures from Obudu Ranch, taking pictures from Obunike Cave.
I love that. Him taking pictures.
Yeah, taking pictures from different tourist sites in Nigeria.
I've been to Obunike Cave. That place is something
I am from
else.
Obunike.
That place is something else. We'll talk about it after this. Wow.
And so if I can see him do that, what he will simply send to the rest of the world is, yes, we have our problems. Yes, we have our challenges. But come what may, we can still have fun in our own natural tourist sites. Yes. So I think that leadership, for someone like him who has got to that level of leadership as a former senator, I expected him to have attached his contribution with a picture. It could be an old picture of him maybe in Yankari Game Reserve or somewhere, or maybe just in one flood zone.
That's a very good angle.
But he just threw that out. And of course, Nigerians will come for him saying, oh, because you've traveled there before, maybe you haven't at all, or because you're wealthy, you can go to other countries, or for what it's worth, you made up your mind that US is not the place for you to go to. Remember this: a lot of people who have sold land to buy, or not buy, to pay for visa application forms, and a lot of people have done a lot of stuff because in their mind, they no longer believe that Nigeria is a fertile ground for them to live moving forward. They want to go and make money in greener pastures and come back. So the question now is, with what he has said, can we draw out some motivation from it to make where we are, that might be brown water to become green? Yes, we can do that.
We can.
But can he also lead that course by saying, I am traveling to different areas where I know I might be cut off by bandits or criminality, but yet I'm willing to risk those areas to show Nigerians and the rest of the world, for what is worth, that it's not as bad as they say it is. Maybe it might be as bad as it is. Something that struck my mind, even the US itself. I've forgotten there was an attempt on the life of President Donald Trump. His ear was shot in an attempted assassination. What am I saying? There's no way on this planet that is safe. So long as human beings live there, human beings are the ones that will make any place or any country unsafe.
You can never take a picture of what are you saying now? You can never take a picture of what are you saying now? You can't take a picture of Unike, maybe outside.
But in front, yes.
Yes, but that place is no, I don't even know what to say about it.
I've been there twice, I can tell you.
You've tried. You really tried, honestly. I'm sure Nigerians are not they're not finding it funny. So if you could just have this on the screen, we have some of the reactions on the screen, then obviously we can. Yeah. So that's one from Tom Ode. Tom Ode says the Obudukatu Ranch used to be one of the best storage sites in the world. It hosted the mountain race featuring the finest of marathon runners in the world on several locations. We don't maintain, promote, and value what we have a lot. I agree. Pragmatic DB says, very good advice. By all means, we go there and we go enjoy the holiday where our hand and resources reach. There's also Tinubu Square in Lagos too. There is Niagara Fall in New York and Ontario, and there is Erin Jesha Fall. There is Hollywood Studio in LA, and there is Nollywood Village in Nigeria also. Absolutely, this person is really pragmatic. Joe Mealy says, how is this supposed to punish terrorists when the government aren't making efforts to eradicate them? If the country is not standing up against terrorists, it means everyone is a terrorist, and no president wants terrorists in their country. I think Nigeria will stand up to fight for their country when they have nowhere to run to anymore. The United States is just the beginning. Very soon, other countries will follow suit.
So I want to disagree with this Joe Miller very quickly before we go to the next one. Truth be told, right? Like I said before, there is no country that is void from security challenges. The point is, can we see just the way they push the narrative? Can we see we down here pushing the narrative of actually putting things on ground to fight this insecurity? Now, I think we're doing the work, right? I just mentioned during our newspaper review that you see the army acquiring more arms. You see the army now strategically positioning its personnel and its frontline infantry to combat and at the same time bring down Boko Haram. We are seeing the evidence right now. We are seeing meetings being held. We are seeing new fighter jets. So this person, I don't think is updated what's going on. And yes, also I disagree when he says that they would think everyone, right, is a terrorist or something like that. That is far-fetched. You cannot back that claim up. Otherwise, is he trying to say that both of us are now terrorists also? So I think as we are putting so much money into fighting security, we should also put a lot of money in running the right campaign and also giving out information through NOA, National Orientation Agency, that Nigeria is becoming safe. We need to push that narrative, because I can tell you, people who are pushing the narrative of our negativity are louder than those who are pushing the narrative of our positivity. And that goes a long way to show that those who want to come to Nigeria to come and enjoy or invest will be thinking, the YouTube and algorithm, why is it only showing negative stuff about Nigeria? So it is time to now say, can we now engage content creators? Can we even call that so-called man who does a lot of sarcastic content, we call him Governor Amunike. I don't know if you've seen his videos. Right? At the end of the day, he will tell you. Yeah, at the end of the day, he will tell you, let's see the edit. Can we bring him in and say,
really?
Yeah, he does. No, very interesting fellow. But he sends a lot of message in a comical way. Can we get people like that and say, it is time to now send the right narrative? Because he has a lot of followers, you know?
Well, let's move on to another conversation right now. This one is in the world of another part of another interesting part of the Nigerian buzzing industry. We're talking about Nollywood. This one is about the arrest of Nollywood actress Doris Ogala. This is days after calling out her ex, who is Pastor Chris Okafor. The incident occurred while Ogala was participating in a live stream interview with an online personality when security operatives allegedly arrived at a residence, abruptly interrupting the session and drawing attention immediately from viewers. Now, the reported arrest comes days after Ogala publicly issued a 1 billion naira legal demand against Pastor Okafor, asking him of breaching an alleged marriage promise. Now, in several emotional videos which she shared online, she also accused the cleric of financial exploitation and claimed that the relationship began around 2017 and lasted several years. Now, I don't know if you've been following this conversation, how much you've been have you been following it?
Well, in and out.
Right. So just basically, this Nollywood actress, funny enough, this is not me throwing shade. I never knew her before now. But I did see her online and they said she's an Nollywood actress, and then she came online. In fact, this pastor too, I don't know him before now.
I'm shocked.
I only saw his picture and his face looks familiar. I think his church is around Bega or something, because I've seen that poster there. And she said that they had a relationship, and then I think she's a bit bitter because now he's seeing someone else, and then as a matter of fact married, they're getting married and all of that. So she said he promised her marriage, he made promises to her, she shared chats. Obviously with this new development, the man's clearly not having it, so they've gone for an arrest. So we'll see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversation.
But prior to that, I mean, so if you say that you want to sue 1 billion naira, which means you already have insight to how much it's worth. So I'm coming from an angle of someone, let's assume I'm a lawyer, I'll be asking questions like this, or a judge. So if you want to sue the man for that kind of money of 1 billion, which means you already have an idea how much he has, and you can't become a billionaire overnight. It has been, progressive. So if you actually have an idea of how much he had, which means you didn't really go into that relationship truly for love. You had your own MO, right? And because you had your own MO, who knows? I'm not trying to support the man here, but I'm saying, you see,
you said how much he had.
Well,
because she put out 1 billion.
Yes.
It might just be trying her luck and pushing her luck.
No one wants to try your luck with this kind of very dicey issue. Don't forget, at some point now, if let's just assume she doesn't get what she wants, are you sure she's not going to come up with a different antics again? All right,
are we saying he's a billionaire?
That's the thing. How does she even know he has that kind of money, if at all? Because saying you want 1 billion, are you not aiming for 500 million? Is it worth that much? If he does, which means that if it's worth that much, which means that over time, her mind and her thought was on that money, not necessarily for the love for it. So who knows? Maybe that's the reason why the guy just said, look, man, this person is just a gold digger. I don't want any longer. He said 2027. I'm being very practical here. Because and this goes both ways. I know men who want to date a lady because she's well-to-do and she's smart, and then she really is into him or into the guy, and then the guy is not. And eventually, when the lady now finds out this person is a gold digger, to put him aside. Unfortunately, the economy these days is not smiling, so people are willing to mortgage their integrity for money. And truth be told, because he's a cleric, she wants to draw a lot of public sympathy or whatever it is to say, oh, he promised marriage. Hello? Did you guys sign contract? If I'm a judge, I will ask you, anything you agree, let me tell you, anything you agree outside the court arrangement, right? For some certain cases, doesn't even hold water. Right? They will ask you, what did you agree to? Whatever you signed, did you carry the court clerk with you? No, so that is none of what. Let us see what we can agree on here. So to now say you want 1 billion was so outrageous. Did you invest any money in him? What did you invest? Relationship? Didn't you enjoy it while it lasted? I think we need to be very practical about these things. Otherwise, it will push men and women backwards when they want to get into a relationship. Remember, you invest your emotions, yes. Do you now say, Elizabeth, so I want to marry in the next 5 years. I want to invest my emotions to this thing. Can we sign an agreement to say, in an event where I don't marry you, right, you can come and ask for damages? You think everybody wants to get into any relationship? People run away from it. So now, as far as I'm concerned, either two things, right? She had an MO at the beginning, and then when he now realized that, look, oh, man, this is what she wanted, she's not going to get this money. So let's call it a quit now. And she said no. And they had to move on with this life. Or, truth be told, is either she realized, for what is this, man, this guy is wasting my time. So let me begin to have my own options. And he realized, she has options also. We'll never know. We'll never know what could have happened. But one thing for sure, the fact that she was quick to say, I want 1 billion. Monkey hand inside.
Yeah, you are funny. So nothing comes to the man. What's the word?
But I mentioned that.
There's no.
I already said, I said maybe the man realized that, look, she also has, somebody she's seeing.
No, so you're not even putting any sort of you're not condemning the man in any way. You're not calling him out. You're not scolding the man in any way.
So I will tell you, he is not the one coming out. She's the one coming out, and she's willing to be criticized by the public. And our job as broadcasters, I say, okay, you want to people talk about? Let's talk about it. If, for instance, the man had cried foul, so say, why are you crying foul now? Because she left you. Oh, sorry, she left you. So in other words, you were looking out for something else, right? Are you saying that you don't have children, so all you wanted from her was just children?
Okay.
So
well, let's see some of the reactions online and see how more people are reacting to this one. This is a long one. Oyinda Mola says Doris is evil, but she's not as evil as these pastors hiding under the name of Jesus to take advantage of married women, girl child, and also single women using covet to commit atrocities. She was only manipulated by those evil pastors. To the Nigeria police or DSS, Chris Okafor, Jeremiah, if you don't let her go before Tuesday, I will deal with you as usual. Because everything on her phone is also on my phone. If you think you can swipe off the evidence on her phone, Very Dark Man gives 72 hours ultimatum to whoever that arrested Doris Okafor. VDM and Doris' conversation before she got arrested is in the thread, and then he posted a thread. Jasper says, it's heartbreaking to see men of God involved in controversies like this, especially when words and actions don't align, especially from those who preach moral standards. It weakens trust and the religious institutions.
On this part, it's important to mention something, that before anyone says he or she is a cleric, before anyone says that he or she is ordained by God, I want to deal with such a person first and foremost as a human being, right? If you tell me, I was ordained by God, I ask you a very good question. I've forgotten so soon that even those that were ordained by God in the Bible, when they were found wanting, they paid the price. So, truth be told, if the pastor did all this and then is trying to shroud it because he's a man of God, I think that should even be out of the equation, right? Out of the equation. His character, if he has questionable character, then he should answer for it.
Absolutely.
That's what I think.
Let's move. Speaking of answering to his character, right? This third conversation today is from the president of the country, President Bola Tinubu, who has sent a message to Nigerians ahead of the Christmas celebration, which is roughly 3 days. And this message he sent has gained reactions online. Tinubu has advised Nigerians to exercise caution during the Christmas festivities, particularly with alcohol consumption. He has stressed the importance of peace and safety. He also went on to encourage citizens to celebrate responsibly and avoid actions that could endanger lives or disrupt public order. He emphasized that the festive season should be marked by joy, unity, and mutual respect. Now, the president's message forms part of broader calls for calm, responsible celebration and communal harmony across the country, especially during the holiday period. Well, a lot of Nigerians have reacted to this conversation, but we'll take a look at some of some of the tweets and see some of the comments that they've made. Fix Yourself says, I think your Nigerian president forgot to inform his citizens to set aside millions of naira for Islamist terrorist kidnappers this festive period, since it has now become a normal and acceptable way of life for you lot.
This person I can tell as either this person is a bot, when I mean a bot, in other words, not the real human being behind this post, or is someone who is just not a Nigerian. Because truth be told, that is way out of it, very insensitive.
Really? Omowobe says, honestly crazy to think we can still afford alcohol. Well, if this is a reason for us to go sober, so be it. Do we have more reactions to this conversation? I mean, in the absence of any more reactions, I think let's just take the president's words, avoid alcohol, or maybe reduce alcohol. In whatever the case may be, let's not forget the commenter that says, honestly, do we even have money to afford alcohol? Because we don't even have the money. So maybe this is an opportunity for everyone to just stay sober. Right. Let's enjoy a sober, dirty December.
For those of us who don't drink alcohol, just enjoy water.
Absolutely. On that note, we'll keep it, we'll draw the curtains here on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Bang.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZD Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Now let's take a look at the key business stories shaping today's headlines. Foreign investors raised Nigerian stock turnover to 10.54 trillion naira. CBN orders bank financial institutions to allow uninterrupted ATM, POS services for foreign cards. SEC set January 31st deadline for 2026 CMO registration renewal. Dangote launches 739 naira per litre at MRS stations nationwide. Importers count losses as container blockage rock Lagos ports. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where the turnover at the Nigerian stock market climbed to a new record of 10.54 trillion naira, driven by increased foreign inflows, as foreign portfolio investors showed stronger preference for long-term investment in Nigerian assets. Trading data at the Nigerian stock market reviewed yesterday showed that the total transactions have more than doubled to 10.54 trillion naira over the past 11 months, driven by increased participation by foreign investors. The rate of participation by foreign portfolio investors have increased by some 479 basis points, with retained funds or surpluses from foreign transactions so far this year earlier. Nigeria equities closed weekend with average year-to-date returns of 47.73% after investors tickled a new rally that saw the market gaining 1.67 trillion naira last week. A breakdown of the 11-month trading data showed that total turnover at the Nigerian exchange increased from 4.91 trillion naira by November 2024 to 10.54 trillion naira in November 2025. Group Managing Director of the Nigerian Exchange Group PLC, Mr. Temi Popola, said the market resilience could be traced to coordinated reforms by the government, which have rebuilt confidence in the country's investment environment. And moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has issued a fresh directives to bank and other financial institutions aimed at easing the use of foreign-issued payment cards by tourists and Nigerians returning from the diaspora, as part of a broader effort to improve access to funds, enhance user experience, and strengthen confidence in the country's payment system. In a circular dated December 18, 2025 and signed by the Director of the Financial Policy and Regulation Department, the Apex Bank directed all deposit money banks and non-banks acquirers to ensure uninterrupted and efficient naira withdrawal, payment, and transfer services for users of foreign-issued cards across the country. The CBN said the move is intended to address persistent complaints around declined transactions, unclear pricing system downtime, and operational bottlenecks that have affected foreign card users in Nigeria. Under the directives, all banks are required to ensure that all automated tellers machines, point of sales terminals, and virtual payment platforms are properly configured to accept international cards supported by Nigerian acquirers, fully comply with Global Card Scheme standard, and maintain the necessary certifications to process transactions seamlessly. To balance confidence with security, the CBN directed banks to implement multi-factor authentication for withdrawals and online transactions above specified threshold, with also recalibrated fraud monitoring systems to reduce false declines on legitimate foreign card transactions. Tourists and Nigerians returning from abroad who experience difficulties using their foreign-issued cards have been advised to report such incidents to the Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria, as the Apex Bank reaffirmed its commitment to protecting consumer and improving confidence in the Nigerian payment infrastructure. Up next, Nigeria's Security and Exchange Commission has announced that all capital market operators are required to renew their registration between January 1st and 31st, 2026. In a release on Sunday, December 21st, 2025, the Commission disclosed that beginning in the first quarter of 2026, it will commence electronic receipt and processing of registration applications, as well as updates to operators' registrations information. The move is aimed at eliminating delays associated with manual submission. According to the release, SEC Director General Dr. Emomotimi Agama revealed these plans during an interview in Abuja, noting that reforms reflect the Commission's drive toward a more transparent, technology-driven regulatory environment. According to Agama, the SEC has automated its end-to-end registration and licensing workflow, enabling market operators to submit applications, upload documents, and track approval status online, significantly reducing processing time and limiting the need for physical interactions with the Commission. We urge capital market operators to uphold fairness, transparency, accountability, and regulatory compliance to protect investors and strengthen the long-term credibility of the Nigerian capital market. Now, away from that story, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has commenced nationwide sales of premium motor spirit at a pump price of 739 naira across all MRS Oil Nigerian PLC filling stations, marking a significant milestone in the refinery's mission to deliver affordable fuel to Nigerians and stabilize the downstream petroleum market. In a statement from the firm on Sunday, it stated that with over 2,000 MRS stations nationwide, the new pricing is expected to implement across all outlets, ensuring that the benefit of the reductions reaches consumers throughout the country. The refinery commended marketers who have embraced the new pricing regime and urged others to follow suit in support of national economic recovery. Dangote Petroleum Refinery reaffirmed its commitment to steady supply price moderation and energy security, emphasizing that its operations are anchored on long-term national interest rather than short-term market pressures. Meanwhile, stakeholders in the nation's maritime industry have stated that the country is losing billions to containers blockages at the Lagos port, a development that has sparked widespread outrage and calls for an end to the duplication of the port clearance process by the Maritime Police. This comes amid allegations that officers of the Maritime Police have been responsible for orchestrating multiple containers blockages at the Lagos port. Experts speaking in Lagos during a stakeholders engagement organized by the Nigerian Shippers Council on Saturday accused officers of the command of detaining already cleared containers at the port, citing various reasons for the upholds. According to stakeholders from freight forwarding associations, truck owners, terminals operators, and importers, over 1,500 containers worth billions of naira are allegedly being held and blocked monthly by the policemen using the vessels manifest, leading to significant financial losses for the affected parties. They stress that such actions expose importers to excessive demurrage, storage charges, and contract defaults while eroding confidence in Nigeria's port system among global trading partners. In response to the allegations, Assistant Superintendent of the Police and Police Public Relations Officer of the Maritime Police Command, Adebayo Rashid, defended the practice, stating that container blockages are intelligence-driven and necessary for national security. Rashid cited recent interceptions of arms and tramadol concealed in already cleared containers, assuring stakeholders that security would not be compromised for trade facilitation. He also urged anyone with evidence of extortion to report to the appropriate authorities. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more business stories. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery.
Still watching the Business News Hour right on the BusinessDay television. Moving on, the World Bank on Friday approved a $500 million financing package as part of a broader measure to boost small businesses in Africa's most populous economy. The funds will be implemented by the Development Bank of Nigeria with credit guarantees delivered through DBN's subsidiary Impact Credit Guarantee Limited. The project is set to make it easier for deserving small businesses to access the financing they need to expand and hire workers. The initiative aims to empower the people-driven Nigerian's economy, particularly women and those in the agriculture sector. According to the World Bank, fewer than 1 in 20 SMEs have access to bank credit. Loans are often short-term and costly, and collateral requirements exclude many viable firms. Women-led enterprises, which make up a substantial portion of SMEs, are disproportionately affected, facing higher rejection rates and limited tailored products. In other news, Earth Energy has secured a $750 million financing package from the African Export-Import Bank. The funding is expected to drive a new phase of growth for the indigenous energy company, boosting its oil production to around 100,000 barrels per day and gas output to 250 million cubic meters. The financing agreement was signed at the weekend in Abuja, marking one of the most significant recent commitments of African capital to an African-owned energy business. The facility is expected to strengthen Earth's energy upstream operations while supporting Nigeria's broader push for energy sufficiency and industrial growth. Chairman of Earth Holdings, Tony Elumelu, described the transactions as a strong vote of confidence in African enterprises and institutions, commending Afreximbank for supporting large-scale indigenous products. He noted that the energy growth journey has been underpinned by trust from financial partners and a focus on performance, highlighting Afreximbank's pivotal role for the early stages to its continued support for the company's next phase of expansion. Still on, the United States and Nigeria have signed a 5-year, $5.1 billion Health Cooperation Memorandum of Understanding aimed at boosting Nigerians' healthcare delivery, including targeted support for hundreds of faith-based health facilities in the country. Under the agreement, the U.S. intends to provide $2.1 billion in health assistance, while Nigeria has pledged to invest $3 billion in new domestic health spending within the same period. The combined $5.1 billion commitment marks the largest co-investment by any partner country under the American First Global Health Strategy to date, the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria said in a statement on Sunday. A major component of the agreement is the inclusion of approximately $200 million in dedicated U.S. support for more than 900 Christian faith-based healthcare facilities across the country. These facilities will receive funding to expand integrated services for HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and maternal and child health, particularly in the rural and undeserved communities where public health care provisions remain thin. In a recent development, Nigeria's solid mineral revenue rose to almost 3 times its projected target, while earnings from natural gas, once a key revenue source, fell to zero, raising fresh concerns about transparency in Africa's largest economy. Data sourced from the 2024 federal government budget performance analysis released by Budgets show that revenue from solid material reached 11.33 trillion naira, surpassing the budgeted 4.56 trillion naira, representing a 246.4% performance. NLNG dividend, which have historically been a significant source of revenue for the government, posted a 0% return, raising serious questions about asset management and transparency. Industry experts describe the zero dividend payouts as unprecedented and concerning, particularly in light of global energy market trends in 2024. The Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative has previously highlighted extensive revenue leakages in the oil and gas sector, with pipeline vandalism costing the countries billions annually. NLNG's offshore operations and LNG export infrastructures remain largely insulted from the crude pipeline attacks that affect onshore facilities. And now to wrap up the business news segment, the Nigerian Naira maintained a narrow trading range against the United States dollars on Monday, December 2025, as activities in the foreign exchange markets reflected the usual year-end liquidity pattern. Data from the Nigerian foreign exchange markets and informal channels show that the local currency continues to battle persistent inflationary pressures despite recent interventions. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira opened the week with a slight depreciation. According to data from the FMDQ Securities Exchange, the Naira was quoted at a closing rate of approximately 1,466.50 Naira per dollar. This follows a volatile Friday section where the rate fluctuated between a high of 1,469.9 Naira and a low of 1,460 Naira. Market analysis suggests that the current pricing reflects a 14.45% inflation rate and the Central Bank of Nigeria's current monetary policy rate of 27%, both of which continue to influence investors' sentiment and dollar demand related for the holiday-related imports. Report from Bureau de Change operators in Nigeria and Lagos, Abuja indicates that the dollar is currently selling between 1,475 Naira and 1,485 Naira per unit. The gap between the official and parallel rates remains a point of focus for the CBN as it attempts to unify the windows. And this is much we can take this morning on the Business News Hour. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Information is everywhere, but insights,
That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layouts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
In the countries where they work efficiently, you find that the port is also efficient. Vessels can call in and leave very quickly, and in so doing, reduce the costs for the importers and the exporters, which goes on to reduce costs for manufacturers and consumers generally. If customs are not operating at optimum, that immediately impacts on how quickly you can clear your goods, both coming in and going out. We've tried, and I know government has tried to automate their operations. They have this Biodogo. Biodogo caused mayhem to begin with because it was not working properly, a lot of downtime, and no other option. And that impacted on both goods coming in and goods going out. Manufacturers who are expecting raw materials for production were waiting 6 to 8 weeks, almost 2 months. And that in turn means that, their factories were not able to produce some of the things that they were producing because of lack of some of those raw materials. It is now a bit more efficient, but, again, lessons learned. Some of these things, you can test run them before you roll them out. And unfortunately, these government agencies don't think from a commercial perspective. They just roll things out, and then industry is impacted negatively because you have not taken the time to test run it properly before you roll it out to us. We've complained, we've interfaced with customs because they're auctioning containers in a way that does not make sense to us. It should be first in, first out. That's logical. Follow your own procedures as set out in your Customs Act. If you go to their website, the procedure is there. You're supposed to get a court order before you start auctioning people's containers. That's not what we're seeing. 30 days containers with high value items, they auction. And then the auction, what they call an auction, you find, and I have the information, is the same price. Is that logical? If it's an auction, at least some of it should be higher, some should be lower. It's almost the standard price. And regardless of the value of what is inside that container. So you have a container that has goods worth $100,000, the auction for $2 million. You are not following your guidelines. I had to issue a letter to my members to say, if they come and say they want to auction, do not give them those containers until they follow their own guidelines and follow the act to the letter. I've also interfaced with them to say, stop doing this, please. First in, first out. There are containers that are 4 years old. Why are you not auctioning those ones? So we need customs to be more transparent and to follow their own due process in this auctioning of long-stay containers. Another major problem we've been having across the shipping industry is stowaways. NIMASA, Marine Police, they are supposed to keep the waters safe.
Who pay the cost?
The shipping lines pay the cost. It's exactly the same policy as they have with airlines. But why is it illogical in relation to shipping? Because the airlines have, it's people boarding your plane. You have the opportunity to check, do you have a visa before you can enter Nigeria? Or do you have a Nigerian passport? If you don't have a visa, I will not board you. So if you carry an individual, a passenger who does not have a visa or a Nigerian passport, I can penalize you because you've had the opportunity to check before you boarded that person. With a stowaway, I don't have the opportunity. They didn't tell me when they stowed away in my rota. I didn't check them. What I carried was cargo. Why are you penalizing me for people who boarded my vessel, who sneaked into my vessel? Do you understand? It doesn't make sense. And it's just an unfair policy that needs to stop. Protect my vessel from stowaways. You're not. Then on top of that, you're penalizing me. You're making me bring them back at my own cost. And then you're fining me on top of that. If we think about it, how does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. So that's a policy that needs to change. Government needs to think about it. Something else that we're encountering, and is a Marine Police, I have the data, and because I have the data, I don't speak about anything that I cannot defend. And I'm calling everybody out, one after the other. You have to do better. They're writing to my members, asking them to detain containers that they're investigating illegal activity. But the truth of the matter is, when those the owners go to the Marine Police, there's no investigation going on, generally speaking. It's effectively a toll gate. You get 15 of those letters in a week, in a day, each of the shipping lines. That needs to stop. We've engaged with them. We'll continue to engage. But, the Nigerian public deserves to know what's going on. And now I come to Nigerian Ports Authority. Nigerian Ports Authority has a number of duties. which impacts on the efficiency of the industry. So when the vessels come in, they are supposed to provide the tugboats. Those tugboats are generally not in good condition. Sometimes they don't provide them. We are, you pay NPA. NPA already increased their rates. And yet, we have to then hire tugboats privately. So you're paying double. So these are some of the challenges that have leading to serious inefficiency in our ports. On airport has a particular issue. They will only permit vessels to navigate between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m., which means there's a lot of idle time. What's insecurity? Why do we have NIMASA? Why do we have Navy? Why restrict the 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., which means there's a lot of idle time at that port and is well below international standards. And we need Nigerian Ports Authority to look at improving that situation. My expectation of government and why we're making this public and saying to Nigerians, we have agencies, we expect them to work efficiently as they do in other countries. Because when they're not working efficiently, it is affecting all of us. What affects the maritime sector affects every Nigerian. Because this sector is an essential part of our day-to-day cost of living. If you're in manufacturing in Nigeria, you're moving your raw materials in by sea. The only thing that generally travels by air are passengers and light cargo. Everything else is coming by sea or going out by sea. So I'm doing my agricultural commodities and taking them out. These inefficiencies impact on the quality of my exports, my competitiveness in comparison to my neighbors. Why is there such a high rejection rate of Nigerian agricultural produce? Because we have such delays. By the time I load my container here, and it takes me 6 to 8 weeks to get it out of the country, my competitor they've done 3 turnovers. It goes out immediately, it gets to there 2 weeks. I'm still sitting in my Nigerian port waiting. So these inefficiencies from our government agencies, they have a duty to do, and they have a duty to do it right and to do it efficiently. And that's what I expect from them. I'm not saying don't do your job, I'm saying do it well.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. And coming up, Nigeria suffers nearly 1 trillion naira export loss after Trump tariff. Dangote launches 739 naira per litre petrol at MRS stations nationwide. Federal government mulls 50% textile sector upgrade. And federal government projects lowers 60.97 trillion naira oil revenue for 2026. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. And news reaching us right now, United States President Donald Trump has reportedly recalled United States Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, and other career diplomats from their ambassadorial post. According to reports, the move is part of an effort to align U.S. diplomatic representation abroad with President Trump's America First priorities. A State Department official confirmed to the news platform that the ambassadors affected by the shakeup had initially been appointed during the Joe Biden administration, but will now end their tenures in January. The official, in a statement, described the changes as a standard process in any administration, noting that ambassadors serve at the pleasure of the president and are meant to advance the administration policy priorities. And Nigeria's exports to the United States fell by 940.98 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, even as imports from America more than doubled, reversing the trade balance that favored Nigeria a year earlier. Analysis from the National Bureau of Statistics showed that Nigeria exported goods worth 3.65 trillion naira to the U.S. in the first 9 months of 2025, down from 4.59 trillion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2024, representing a decline of 20.5% or 940.98 billion naira. Over the same period, 9 months period, Nigeria's imports from the U.S. rose sharply to 6.80 rotation of its reciprocal tariff regime, under which Donald Trump signed an executive order raising Nigeria's tariff rate from 14% to 15%. And moving on, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has commenced nationwide sales of premium malted spirit at a pump price of 739 naira per litre across all MRS Oil Nigeria PLC filling stations. According to the refinery, this marks a significant milestone in the refinery's mission to deliver affordable fuel to Nigerians and stabilize the downstream petroleum market. The statements from the firm on Sunday revealed that with over 2,000 MRS stations nationwide, the new pricing is expected to be implemented across all outlets, ensuring that the benefits of the reduction reach consumers throughout the country. The refinery commended marketers who have embraced the new pricing regime and urged others to follow suit in support of national economic recovery, warning against attempts by unscrupulous operators to create artificial scarcity in response to the price reduction. Consumers were also advised to resist purchasing fuel at inflated prices when cheaper, high-quality alternatives are readily available. And still on, the federal government has revealed that it is considering modernizing 50% of Nigeria's operational textile capacity with state-of-the-art equipment within 5 years as part of a broader revitalization agenda. This reportedly follows updates that textile imports rose to 814.27 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, despite the government's promises to turn the sector around. This upgrade is part of the government's internal plans to introduce tax breaks, establish a national textile training institute, and provide single-digit interest rate loans to revive the textile industry. The proposal contained in a December 2025 document showed that the government is considering modernizing 50% of Nigeria's operational textile capacity with state-of-the-art equipment within 5 years as part of a broader revitalization agenda. The proposal detailed recommendation, actionable plans, and key performance indicators across 5 strategic areas, including policy reforms, infrastructure and energy solution, investment incentives, skill development, and measures to curb smuggling and promote local production. And coming up, federal government projects lower 60.97 trillion naira oil revenue for 2026. This and more after this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of...
Welcome back to the news updates. And still on the Nigerian scene, the federal government is projecting about 60.97 trillion naira in oil revenue for the 2026 fiscal year, lower than the earnings anticipated in the 2025 budget, reflecting more conservative assumptions on crude oil prices and production. This projection is based on an analysis contained in the 2026 appropriation bill presented to a joint session of the National Assembly in Abuja by President Bola Tinubu on Friday. According to the president, the 2026 revenue estimate is anchored on a benchmark crude oil price of $64.85 per barrel, daily production of 1.84 million barrels, and an average exchange rate of 1,400 naira to the dollar. The findings indicated that Nigeria is expected to produce about 671.6 million barrels of crude oil in 2026, generating estimated gross earnings of $43.55 billion, which translates to approximately 60.97 trillion naira to the projected exchange rate. The 2026 benchmark was seen to be deliberately conservative to account for uncertainties in the global oil markets and ongoing domestic challenges, including security issues and infrastructure constraints affecting crude oil production. And away from that story, the Kabiru Turaki-led faction of the People's Democratic Party has approached the Federal High Court in Abuja, seeking an order directing the Inspector General of Police and the Nigeria Police Force to immediately unseal and vacate the party's National Secretariat and other offices across the country. The request is contained in a motion on notice filed by the plaintiffs through their lead counsel, Chris Uche, seeking a mandatory injunction compelling the police to remove all barricades, unseal and withdraw from the PDP national headquarters. The PDP National Secretariat was reportedly sealed in November following clashes between two rival factions of the party led by Turaki and other aligned with the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Turaki emerged as the party's national chairman at a national convention held in Ibadan, your state, in November, while the Wike-aligned faction rejected the convention, arguing that it violated subsequting court orders restraining the PDP from holding the exercise. And also, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has warned intercity road transport operators against arbitrary fare increase during the ongoing Yuletide travel period, following a spike in consumer complaints nationwide. A statement by the Commission's Director of Corporate Affairs, Odaje Igaiwu, emphasized that while seasonal demand and operational cost can legitimately influence fares, consumers have a right to clear, accurate, and timely information before embarking on any journey, adding that any fare adjustments must be transparent and fairly applied. This advisory comes amid reports of reduced pump prices for premium malted spirits in some parts of the country. The Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the FCCPC, Tunji Bello, says the Commission is closely monitoring market conduct during the festive season and has intensified engagement with transport unions, park managers, and operators across Nigeria. And to end the local news, the federal government has temporarily opened the Bodo Bunny Road to facilitate smoother transportation for residents during the Yuletide. The president, who was represented by the Minister of Works, David Umahi, at the temporary opening of the road to ease transportation for residents in the communities along the route during the Yuletide festives, says the road had been a long journey with delays and challenges along the way, applauding the patience and cooperation of the community. Umahi hailed Julius Berger Nigeria Limited PLC for the extent and quality of work done on the 35.7-kilometer Bodo Bunny Road project, noting that at the end of the job, Nigerians will be proud and feel safer to ply the legacy road. The minister stressed that the opening was a temporary measure, disclosing that the permanent opening will be done by the president. And coming up, Fitch downgrades Gabon deeper into junk and debt. This and more after the short break.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. even if your internet connection shuts down. Banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Scrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back to the news updates. And on the African scene, Fitch Ratings has pushed Gabon deeper into junk territory, citing widening fiscal deficits and weakening investor appetite for the country's debt. The ratings agency reviewed its downgraded Gabon's long-term foreign currency rating to CCC from CCC, marking the second cut this year. Fitch pointed to mounting liquidity pressures driven by larger budget shortfalls, constrained access to the regional debt market, limited financing from official creditors, and heavy debt repayment. The agency had already downgraded Gabon in January, citing similar fiscal constraints, including restricted market access and growing arrears to creditors, while noting Friday that investor demand for Gabonese bonds has continued to deteriorate, with several auctions this year recording bid to cover ratios of less than 50%. And still in Africa, Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger have launched a joint military force to counter Islamist insurgencies in the Sahel, highlighting growing security and political tensions in West Africa as Nigeria seeks to assert itself as a regional stabilizer. This move is reportedly seen as a precaution against a potential French military return, reflecting local concerns over renewed foreign intervention, particularly following ECOWAS' response to the failed coup in Benin and the role France played. The 5,000-strong United Force of the Alliance of Sahel States was formally launched at an Air Force base in Bamako on Saturday, with Mali junta leader General Assimi Goïta presiding. According to reports, this force brings together troops from all three countries to conduct coordinated operations against extremist groups that have killed thousands and displaced millions across the three-border region. And now on the foreign scene, the United States is reportedly pursuing another oil tanker in international waters near Venezuela as Washington intensifies a pressure campaign against the government of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The operation on Sunday comes a day after the U.S. Coast Guard seized its second vessel off the coast of Venezuela in 2 weeks as part of a blockade ordered by U.S. President Donald Trump. The reports revealed that U.S. Coast Guard remain in active pursuit of the vessel, which they described as being part of Venezuela's dark fleet trying to evade Washington's sanctions on the Latin American country vital oil sector. The report, citing a U.S. official, revealed that the tanker was under sanctions but added that it had not been boarded so far. The officials told the agency that interceptions can take different forms, including sailing or flying close to vessels of concerns. Away from that story, Nigerian nationals working as prison officers in the United Kingdom will benefit from a temporary exemption to new visa rules after officials warned that prisons could face severe staffing shortages without overseas recruits. The exemption also covers prison officers from other countries, including Ghana, while Nigerians remain the largest group of foreign nationals working in UK jails. This decision follows growing concern that recent immigration measures could force thousands of experienced officers out of the prison system and weaken security. The UK government in July raised the minimum salary requirement for a skilled worker visa to £41,700, up from £38,700, as part of its push to coordinate migration, while the Prison and Probation Service pay scales show that the new prison officers typically earn less than the new threshold. I will bring you the sport news after this break. To stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome back, and now to sports. Morocco kicked off their 2025 Africa Cup of Nations campaign with a 2-0 victory over Minel's Comoros in the tournament opening match on Sunday in Rabat. Second half goals from Brahim Diaz and substitute Ayoub El Kabi sealed all 3 points for the Atlas Lions in a rain-soaked encounter at the Prince Maouli Abdallah Stadium. The host nation dominated the first half, but were left frustrated when Sofiane Rahimi saw his penalty saved as the hosts struggled to convert their superiority into goals before the break. The deadlock was finally broken 10 minutes into the second half when Real Madrid midfielder Diaz fired home from the close range, sending the majority of the crowd into raptures. And to end the news, French superstar Kylian Mbappe has expressed his delight after equaling Cristiano Ronaldo's record of 59 Real Madrid goals in a calendar year. Mbappe reached the milestone on his 27th birthday, converting an 86-minute penalty in Real Madrid's 2-0 Liga victory over Sevilla at the Santiago Bernabeu, matching the club record set by Ronaldo in 2013. Mbappe won the European Golden Shoe and La Liga Top Scorer award last season and is again leading the Spanish scoring charts in the current campaign. Ronaldo, however, scored 450 goals in 438 matches for Real Madrid to become the club's all-time leading scorer, while Mbappe has now netted 73 goals in 83 appearances for Los Blancos. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News Update. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo. On this episode, we have someone who I knew for the first time recently, and I became a huge admirer. He's somebody who was building technology before it became a thing in Nigeria. And then secondly, he moved from building technology to building people. I think you'll find this conversation interesting and amazing. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome to Triumph Against Odds. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Austin Okere. To be honest, before now, I've just been hearing about you, not necessarily about you, but what you do. What you do precedes you. And then getting to know the man behind all of this, for me, it's a great experience and a great honor, and it's nice having you on Triumph Against Odds. So let's go straight to it. So first of all, I'd just like to know, you're one person who has done a lot of things. You've been around for a while, and there's one thing that you said. There's something you said about you rather build 1 million lives than make $1 billion. What this philosophy? What made you? What in your background made you to come up with this kind of philosophy? Come up with this kind of thing. Growing up and all of that.
Thank you very much, OBDK. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Against all odds, yes. It's always against all odds. I feel that the definition that we attach to a billionaire, it doesn't inspire the right reactions. Forbes and anybody who measures billionaires measure billionaires by if they have $1 billion in assets or cash, and then they're a billionaire. And I feel that maybe what we should be measuring is impact. So I would say that a billionaire should be someone who has directly or indirectly impacted positively 1 billion people. So I would say that Mother Teresa is a billionaire. I would say that Nelson Mandela is a billionaire. I would also say that Steve Jobs is a billionaire, as is many other people that may not have $1 billion, but have impacted directly or indirectly positively 1 billion people. I can guarantee you that if we change the definition of a billionaire in this manner, it will change behavior into more of impact than acquiring and acquisition. You know, what's the point of acquiring so many billions and then being the richest man in the cemetery when you could have had so much impact on humanity? So that is from where I'm coming and thinking about that philosophy. And I'm hoping that eventually we'll get into that mindset of impact than acquisition.
You started CWG at a time when the word startup wasn't even in Nigerian vocabulary. What gave you the courage to take that leap when there was no blueprint for tech entrepreneurship in Africa?
That's a very interesting question. I get asked it in many forms. Many people will say, how did you become an entrepreneur? Were you born with it? Did you acquire it? And I think the question really is, who volunteers to see a need and develop a solution to meet that need? That is the entrepreneur. You need courage for many things, not entrepreneurship. You need courage to be in the army. You need courage to go and vie for a medal in the Olympics. But the driving force of someone like me who volunteered to be an entrepreneur is to meet a need. And the need I saw was the technology gap in terms of delivering efficient services and products to people. And so I saw the need to come in and shoulder the technology burden of companies so that they can focus on their core business and be really good at it rather than be distracted trying to provide technology, which is not their core business anyway. So why is a doctor in a hospital struggling with putting in technology when his job is to heal people? So we take that burden off him. Why is a banker struggling with technology when he should be providing financial services to people? So we take that burden off him. Why is, for instance, someone in oil and gas struggling with technology when he should be looking at effective ways of sustainable drilling and refining products? So we take that burden off him. So what I saw was, how can I lighten the technology burden on companies and entrepreneurs so that they can focus on their core business and deliver it to an optimum level?
So, in 2005, when a private equity firm offered $8 million for part of CWG, you had to decide between growth, capital, and control. How did you weigh pride against pragmatism in that decision?
It's interesting that in 2005, when we had that offer, it was a discussion point. It was a big discussion point because we were coming up to 2008 and we didn't know that the financial meltdown was coming. But I also wasn't looking at pride as much as what was best for the company. If I give you some context, 2 years earlier or 3 years earlier, we had been approached by another PE firm that wanted to give us $2 million for 25% of our company, valuing the company at $8 million. If we had taken it, then this other company, private equity that came and offered $8 million for 25%, would not even have been an issue because it won't be available for the taking. But because we didn't take that first one, we thought it wasn't the right valuation. When the second one came, we had to make the same considerations. And the considerations were, does this reflect the potential? When you say you've calculated with discounted cash flows and so on, you also have to look at momentum. Is a company on the upswing? Is there potential for headroom, or are they mature and therefore maybe likely to stay plateaued or decline? And I felt that there was so much headroom that the price that was offered of $8 million for 25% of the company, bringing the valuation to $32 million, was grossly undervaluing the company. So therefore I didn't take it. Then you asked me what I did. All right. It's interesting. In 2007, when I had decided that we needed to expand and we needed growth capital, we were in the process of doing an IPO when in 2008 the financial crisis happened. Nobody was giving money. Even local people that I approached that were like high net worth, everybody was holding their money in their pocket. So it's like people around were saying, you see, you got 8 million, you didn't take it, and now we are in where we are, But the decision then was not trying to be clairvoyant and see what will happen in 2008. There was no way I could see it. It was based on a certain set criteria and principles. And if I had to take that decision again based on the same set of criteria and principles, it would be the same. I'll feel that it's on the value. A company called Orios Capital, the general manager in Nigeria, or the country director, was a man called Ravi Sharma. He called me, sent people to call to approach me, and said he wanted to discuss his interest in CWG. And I sat with him, and he said, listen, I've followed your trajectory for 3 years, and I think this company is going places. So he offered $10 million for 17%, bringing the valuation to 55 million rather than 32 million. So at the end of the day, with the benefit of hindsight, the decision not to take that particular private equity offer was the right decision. Then you ask, what makes you feel that this one you took was the right one? Maybe if you had held out, another better one would have come. At some point in time, you get a feeling that it's about right, not just the investment, but the chemistry and the other things that will come along with the investment that are not cash ones. And a lot of it is what other companies is this PE firm invested in? Is there going to be cross-pollination of ideas? Are we likely to get customers' references from this PE firm? Are we able to get a board member that is strong enough to strengthen our governance? Because that's also part of the reason why you want to open up for investment. And I think they ticked all the boxes. So if I had to take that decision again, that's still the same decision I'll make.
A Columbia Business School case study describes how CWG was rejected by Shell and nearly crippled by the Ashaka cement deal. What was going through your mind in those moments when everything seemed to be falling apart?
All right, so let me provide some context. Let me start first with Shell. So Shell, we applied to Shell to be a partner of Shell.
Okay.
And I remember when they came to our office then in Surulere, as the interview was progressing, they asked me, what is your HSC policy? Can we have a look at it? I naively asked the man, please, what is HSC? I didn't know then that health, safety, and environment was a very big thing in oil and gas. Yes. They left very dejected. They said, these people are not ready for us. So I think 8 months down the line, or about a year later, we tried again. Okay. And this time we're prepared for them. Okay. So they came to, again, do a due diligence. Yes. And this time we had a place with marked fire point on the white wall with red ink or red paints, clearly marked. And we had detailed SAMASHU to do a fire simulation by shouting fire, fire. So when they came, this time we give the brief and we say, when you hear the alarm, this is where you go, and when Samashu shouted fire, fire, we all assembled at the assembly plant and we're looking for the Shell people. So they had underestimated how much can change and we are prepared. So then said, okay, these people are now ready, and so we became a partner to them. We did very good business with Shell. I think one of the challenges which was mentioned in the case was the payment terms. Shell delays in payments, not just CWG, but all contractors. And in a structured and a stable macroeconomic environment, maybe you can even discount that receivable, and then you can get the cash, and somebody else can wait it out and get it at the full value. You discount it, but in an environment like ours, where the interest rate is not stable, the exchange rate can change so many times in 90 days.
True.
You sold the goods at, say, exchange rate of 120. By the time they're paying you, the exchange rate is 180. So on paper, you've made a profit, but in real terms, you've made a huge loss. And that was a challenge. So I think the perception of the case writer was, okay, then why didn't you discount and say to them that if you pay me in 30 days, I'll give you 10% discount. 10%. And what we felt was that even if you offer that, they'll take the 10% discount and they'll still not pay you in 30 days. And what do you do? So I think it's a systemic issue which should be resolved, because many entrepreneurs do not have the capacity to fund companies like Shell, but this is what they are forced to do.
True.
Regarding the reference to Ashaka Cement, I think it's the direct opposite, because Ashaka Cement was a Dell customer. They are part of the Blue Circle Group, and they are called Dell Global Segment Customer. So they've negotiated a price, global price with Dell on the free on board. The only difference is freight cost to your country, duty and clearing. Sure. So there's no bidding on the FOB. You only bid on those adjacent costs. But we were not even supplying to Ashaka Cement. They had a problem with their Dell system. They didn't buy from us. And they called us to say, well, Dell says that you are in-country rep. We have a problem. We didn't ask any questions. We did not say you didn't buy from us. We dispatched Suleiman Shaibu to go and sort out that problem, which he did. And the CIO then, in those days we were called computer manager, Mr. Jack Kemp, an expatriate, was so impressed with us that he wrote recommendations for us to all the Dell Global Segment customers, including ExxonMobil and so on. So that opened a lot of room for business for us. I think the best anyone can do for you is to reference you. That carries more power than any sales you can do.
True.
So that gave us a huge leg up in Nigeria with regard to our sales of Dell systems.
Okay. So CWG is synonymous with resilience, surviving downturns, adapting to new technologies, and scaling across Africa. What mindset or system kept you and your team moving forward when others folded?
Well, at CWG, our mantra was no excuses. That's the first thing.
No excuses.
We commend effort, reward success, but the key and biggest thing any CWG person will tell you is in spite of. So whenever you're saying a sentence and you say, oh, because of, they'll say, say in spite of. So that in spite of mindset says that in spite of the rain, I got here early. In spite of elections, I met my target. Otherwise, you're going to say, because of my target, the election, I didn't meet my target. Anybody who's been into CWG, the first thing they'll tell you is put your cap on of in spite of. So some of the challenges that we face, we surmounted them with in spite of cap. I'll give you an example. I think the first one I can tell you is about the ATM business. So automatic teller machines. Those ATMs were coming in very big during a certain period. Now we have POS, so the ATM is not popular. But then it was from the ATM that you cash money when you needed it and you couldn't go to your bank. And we made quite a big business of that, profitable business. So we imported container loads of it, and banks also had placed orders with us. And then you remember, I'm not so sure which year it was, but the central bank governor then was Emir Sanusi, SLS. And with good reason, he said that public spaces were being proliferated by ATMs. It was an eyesore. So banks were banned from putting ATMs outside their branches.
Outside of their branch.
And they are going to launch a company called ATM Consortium, which will be in charge of placing ATMs outside of bank branches. So we're taking loans to bring in these ATMs. We've done units of economics, and it was going to give us a huge uplift. But because of the ban from putting ATMs outside bank branches, the banks that had placed the orders, they cancelled the orders.
Wow.
And we couldn't even sell our stock, which we brought into to any bank.
Because it's specific, so it's not something you can just sell to anybody.
It's only banks that will buy it. And they don't want it because they can't find where to put it. So we had those ATMs, and then the question is, so then what? Our loans interests were running. And so we approached the ATM consortium and we said, listen, it may take you time to bring your ATMs, which you are going to put in those public places. Why don't we go into a partnership with you? We have ATMs in store. Even if you don't have the means to buy, we can put it where you want it, and then we share revenue. But that didn't come to fruition. I think Governor Sanusi realized that maybe this was a step too far, and maybe the ATM consortium was not ready. So they reversed the ban. And so there was a pent-up demand. And now we told the banks, no, we just don't want to sell. We want to go into partnership. Let us share revenue. And that was more profitable. So that's a case in point where resilience saw us through. I think another case will probably be our order for Shell. No, not for Shell, ExxonMobil. I'm sorry. They placed an order with us, a huge order. And again, regulatory inconsistency. So we had what we call destination inspection. The goods were shipped, they were inspected by the customs, they will advise you the duty, and then you pay and clear. But they changed the rules to source inspection. They brought in 2 inspection agents, Cotecna and SGS, and they said with immediate effect. But our goods are already shipped, so they were stranded. They are in no man's land. They landed here and we couldn't clear them because we didn't have the inspection documents and the duty assessment. Not our fault. But then ExxonMobil was waiting for the order, and we kept telling them, oh, we're on it. They called me one day to the office, I think it was a Tuesday, and they said, listen, Austin, for every day the rig is not producing, we're losing $50 million. So by Friday, we'll have to cancel this order and find a way to bring it in. I mean, we empathize with you, but really it's not ExxonMobil's problem. And that was it. And this is precision equipment which you can't sell to anybody else. And we've taken overdrafts to finance this order. And here we're looking at the company almost going down. Luckily for us, we met someone which were put in training. At that time, he was a flight lieutenant, but he's now a squadron leader. And he said, Austin, what's it? Why are you so downcast? I told him my story, and he went with me to a place called Narco Shed, where you clear goods, and then we're able to therefore, get a duty assessment that enabled us to pay and clear the goods. If it had not been for him, we would not have been able to clear it. But the difficult part is we now got to ExxonMobil on Friday to deliver the goods, I think about 3 o'clock. And then the gate people said, no, we're not taking any more deliveries on Monday. And I know the cancellation letter was there waiting. I just told the driver, please get out of this truck and disappear for a few moments. So there was commotion at the gate, and they said, "Oh, what is this? Who is blocking the gate?" I told them my story. Here are the goods. Shell needs them for the rig, and they said, "Please let him go and deliver." So that's how we escaped that cancellation letter. Because once it's issued, it's issued. So it's quite tough, and you need resilience really to surmount these challenges. People say, "Oh, meet the man that brought Finacle to Nigeria." But it was not as if you started at point A to bring Finacle and then you ended at point B, here is Finacle. The story behind it is that when I was in my former company, we had the opportunity to partner with a young fledgling bank then called EcoBank on Probin Road. That was their temporary office. The pioneer CEO was a gentleman called Alam Ahmed, an Asian guy, I think Indian or Pakistani, I'm not so sure. He walked into my company and he said he was looking for a partner to represent the software that he wanted to implement called Globus. It eventually became Terminus. I saw the opportunity, took him to the boardroom, and I called my boss, who was the head of Inlax Computers. His name was Pramod Metri, sharp gentleman. And we saw the opportunity and we said, we'll do it. So we became the partner to Globus. So today, Inlax is the key partner to Globus. And we implemented that software at EcoBank. And I saw how it changed the fortunes of Inlax. So when I went to set up CWG, I knew that my fortunes could change if I could get a banking software to represent. We wrote to all these Capiti, Bankmaster, but they all had partners. We wrote to a company called Infosys, which was new from India. We didn't even get a response. So James, the head of our software company, developed a local software called PC Bank and then another version called Telephone Banking. In those days, there wasn't mobile phone, there wasn't mobile banking. So if you wanted to write a check, you go to the bank or you call your bank, you know your balance, then you write a check. But with this software, he could query the bank. You couldn't do transaction, but you could query. So if you dial a certain combination of numbers, it will tell you your balance. If you dial another combination, it will tell you the last 10 transactions, or stop a check and so on. The problem being that because it was locally developed, local banks tend not to give the value to anything local as foreign. So we were being paid 250,000 naira for the implementation, and then support was 10%, 25,000. Very little. So we continue to push for a global partnership with the banking software. We met a company had a product called 4Bank, as in figure 4 bank, from Croatia. And we're very happy we're going to sign with them. And they wrote to us and they said, listen, there's a bank in Croatia called Raba Bank, and that bank bought their software and bought the company along with the software. So that was the end of that dream. The good part was we were sitting in the office one day and in walks somebody from Infosys. His name was Jabez Mutlaya. And Jabez had come to Nigeria to sign partner for Infosys. Obviously, didn't look in our direction because they thought we were small. But with all the people he saw, there wasn't a fit. So on his way to the airport, he came to CWG. We welcomed him like a king, and we said, listen, we can do this for you. Look at our own application. So when he saw it, he was interested. He said, okay, when he goes back, he'll tell his people his findings, and we may be invited. We're invited. We went to India, myself and James, and they said, well, we'll give you an interim partnership.
Interim.
When you bring your first deal, we'll make it. We'll formalize it. But this was in 1999. And year 2000, we had the fear of the Y2K bubble.
Yes, Y2K.
So many banks were like, whoa, our systems will stop working, and therefore they were looking for global standard systems. The good thing for us is that we signed 3 banks at a go.
Wow. We
signed Comet Bank, we signed Oceanic Bank, and we signed STB, Standard Trust Bank. Standard Trust Bank. We went to Infosys, they said, well, Austin, we have good and bad news for you. Good news is that you are now a formal partner. here is your agreement. The bad news is that it'll be difficult for us to do 3 implementations at a go. But they were also growing very rapidly, and they had no plans for Nigeria, and then suddenly 3
came out from Nigeria.
The good thing for us is that they therefore brought us up very quickly to be as good as their own people, and that's how we're able to do the implementation. And that is why CWG has become the dominant provider of software, banking software. Not necessarily because Finacle is good or bad, or it is fantastic, but the fact that the local company understands it to the extent that they can do the implementation and support by themselves is a big scoring point. Out of 27 banks in Nigeria, 21 are on Finacle. You know, so that's how the Finacle story came to be. The latest signee is GT Bank, so we have banks like First Bank, UBA, Stanbic IBTC, GT, but 21 of them. You know, so anytime you make a banking transaction, remember us in your thoughts, because most likely you are touching our systems.
Okay, after 23 years as CEO, you transitioned to vice chairman. Many founders struggle with letting go. How did you navigate that, you know, personal and professional evolution from builder to guide?
OBDK, you are very correct that sometimes a founder can get trapped in what he created.
Yes.
But we all know that the day of your retirement is inevitable. You can't keep going.
Some founders don't. They will tell you, you know, till the wheels fall off, till they are literally carried out of there. They don't want to. They enjoy doing this.
I think if you look at why they are trapped, there are 2 reasons.
Okay.
The first reason is they don't know what to go and do next. This is their only source of relevance. The second reason is they are not sure about succession because they have not grouped any succession plan. You know, for me, right from day one, I knew that day will come. So the kind of succession we did is not just at the top; it's within the organization.
Okay.
So if you came in with sales skill, you are an I person. We'll encourage you to learn one more skill, maybe learn technology because you're learning technology system. You become a T person. We even encourage you after 5 years to be an H person. So learn sales, learn technology, and then have the knowledge of finance. Because you are going to be pricing the systems you're going to be selling. And you're always fighting with the finance people that they are not allowing them to sell at a certain price. But if you understand how the price arrived at, you know the fair price to you and the customer, then you know you are on board. You know, so once you have that, there are very few areas in the business that doesn't have a backup. That's the internal succession. That makes it easy for you to do the succession at the top. Because if you don't have those internal succession, you do succession at the top. That top person may be crumbled by the weight of the whole business that is going to inherit. So I was clear I wanted to leave right from 2012 because that was my 20th anniversary.
Oh, wow.
I started in 92, but we hadn't listed, and we had PE capital.
Okay.
We listed in 2013, and it wasn't optically right to leave immediately you listed. It's like you're running away from something. So 2015, I was very clear and insistent that the time had come. But I was then asked to stay on to break the new leadership in. But I remember our chairman, Chief Willie Belongo, of blessed memory, saying, "Austin, what are you going to do at home? You're a young man. Okay, how many days can you work in a week?" I said, "Chief, if I can have Monday off and Friday off, I'll have a long weekend. Then I'll work 3 days and put them through." So I did that for 2 years, and that's how came about the executive vice chairman title. Because in what capacity? I didn't want to be responsible for the day-to-day. So James Agada became the CEO, and I was putting them through the paces. Kunle Ayodeji was the COO. And December 2017, I said, well, I think they have learned enough, so I can please bow out. And that's how I left. And then April 2018, I started ALA, basically to impact people, as you said, because my passion is shared prosperity. So I believe if I impact business leaders and entrepreneurs to scale their businesses, they will employ more people. Then we have people working rather than begging for 5,000 a day. So that's how it came to be.
Okay, so speaking of how do you pronounce it? Also, how do you pronounce it?
A lot of people ask me the same question. So there's a secret to that name, which I'm not going to reveal today.
Okay.
AUS and then SO. So
AUS.
also, we call it also.
Okay. So with the Also Leadership Academy, you've shifted from building a company to building people. When you look at the next generation of African founders, what do you want them to learn faster than you did? Now you are teaching people. You're teaching them based from your experience. So what is it, based on your experience, what do you want them to learn faster than you did when you started on this journey?
What do I want African founders to learn? Firstly, I think that we should know that we're in a different environment.
Yes.
So bringing frameworks from overseas, from Silicon Valley, copying them blindly and pasting it, we have to know that it doesn't work. Because sometimes the infrastructure does not even exist to plug in. You have to create the infrastructure as you go along. So we should just stop this copy and paste and say because it's worked there, then it will work verbatim here. First thing. Second thing, a lot of founders go into a laboratory, create a solution, then they come looking for a problem. It has to be the other way around. See a problem, and it doesn't have to be complicated. In health, in agriculture, in education, see a problem, and then set out to solve it. Thirdly, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. You cannot deliver the vision by yourself. You need a group of people to come with you. My experience is that whole enterprise is balanced on a tripod. So it's the entrepreneur or the rainmaker, as we call him. But you also need a technology guru. So I had James doing that. And then you need someone looking after the money and operations. Philip Obia was doing that. Try not to hug everything to yourself. And then they also keep you in check and balance. Because entrepreneurs, we are very optimistic, we are very ambitious. So I was more of a radical and a transformative. You had Philip saying, Austin, let's slow down small, please. Let's swallow the thing before we bite more. And so that was good. The biggest drawback of local entrepreneurs, they go and then they launch, and then the next thing is Series A, Series B, Series C. One, you are selling your seed. You get so diluted if you are not careful. You just be a management staff in your own company. And two, there's no amount of money you put in the business which will sustain the business unless the business itself is sustainable.
Very sustainable.
So how does business become sustainable? It starts with sales. Because sales will generate revenue.
True.
Revenue will generate margin. It is from margin you spend money for the operations and for marketing. If you do your marketing well, you strengthen your brand, and then the brand will bring more sales. And so that cycle, we always skip sales. And they say, oh, we're acquiring customers, we're giving it free, or you're selling below cost. And for 10 years, you're doing the same thing, and then you're taking Series F, Series Z. At the end of the day, unless you make profitable sales, that business is not going to be sustainable.
I'm everything you said now, I'm also taking it in. That's a lot, but it's true. What you said is very true. When I even think about it, that's how a lot of things are. But this gives clarity, and I can tell you for free that anybody that listens to it will have learned a lot based off what you said now. Especially entrepreneurs who are just starting and trying to scale and everything. So my next question is, if the next 5 years of your life was a book, what would be the title and what would the story arc be about?
I think for me the title will be about impact. The title is A Candle Loses Nothing by Lighting Other Candles. There's no point when you have gotten to the top, you kick the ladder away.
No, I don't.
Send the elevator down. Let it bring other people. And that's why I call my passion shared prosperity. I really don't believe that anybody who says is rich and living amongst poor people is not poor himself. So we need to strengthen the common pool of middle class that is big enough to sustain the whole economy. I think sometimes you get into a trap where the people at the top are so disconnected from the people at the bottom, and then you keep throwing statistics. GDP is this, interest rate is that, and the other one, but you're so insulated that you don't see that more and more people are slipping into poverty. And when I look at an example, for instance, if you look at Ghana, what President Mahama said is that the welfare of his people is beyond just giving them statistical numbers.
No, it's beyond.
It's about how much you can put on their plate to eat.
True.
And how much you can put in their pocket to take care of their family.
True.
So if all these statistics does not percolate to the welfare and to uplifting people, you just have a few people that are very overbloated, very few, and every other person is poor. Then those people are also poor. So we have to be mindful of that. Doesn't mean that the statistics are not important,
No, they are.
but they are not an end in itself.
They are not,
It's
no,
supposed to provide welfare for the people. That's the job of government. Economic well-being and social safety.
Sure.
So if you can't guarantee my safety and I don't have economic well-being, then where is the government in my life?
So, before we wrap up, on a lighter note, we've been very serious and very, very deep, because for me it's a lot. On a lighter note, when we are not, training people, building people, what would you say is one secret talent that you have that many people don't know about? And what do you do when you are not training people or building people? What do you do to relax? What do you do to unwind? What do you do to, take the load off your feet?
That's a very interesting question. I've even asked myself that a lot of times. So I do a lot of, I discovered something recently called Pilates.
Oh, okay.
Which is like a well-being kind of program.
Yes.
So I do a lot of Pilates. Now it makes me a little bit less stiff. As you grow, you get a bit more stiff. So, and I do a lot of gym just to keep fit. I swim a lot because I love swimming. I like floating in the water and feeling that the whole world is somewhere else and I'm in my own world. I like traveling. I like reading and watching movies. But I think my greatest gift, so this is a different question, is the ability to take anything complex and break it down into what people can understand. That I feel is my greatest gift. Anything which I can understand, I believe that every other person can understand. If I don't understand it, then most people don't understand it because I have a very simple mind. And that has led me to taking anything which is complex and break it down in a non-obstructive way so that people can understand it.
Okay. Interesting. That's one of the things. So that's one of the things that's one of the reasons why I became a journalist in the first place. Taking things that might look complex and try to break it down so that people understand it, help people make informed decisions. So that basically is what drives me as a person, as a journalist. So when I hear you say that, I'm like, okay, I'm not the only person that's thinking like that, which is great. So my last question, and then I'll be out of your hair. Even though if you leave me, I can sit down here and just be talking because I'm learning so much, learning things from the past to the present and just understanding how things work and, getting knowledge and all of that. So if the younger Austin Okere now, if you had to write a letter to your younger self about, when you just started many years ago, at that point you're not sure of anything, and then now you've come this far, if you're going to write a letter to your younger self who was about to start, what would you tell him?
Well, I think the first thing I'll say is everything is harder than you think, takes longer than you think, and costs more than you think. So, Austin, if you think you need $2 million, raise 10% more because it may cost more and you may be stuck. The second thing I'll tell myself is, it's not my own original saying, but I have a version of it, that I should be humble, know the things which I can change, and accept the things which I cannot, and have the wisdom to know the difference. That's what I'll tell myself.
And if somebody had to, apart from writing the letter to your younger self, if somebody had, when you started, if there's one thing you wish somebody had whispered in your ear and told you before you started, that started on this journey that you had many years ago, what's the one thing that you wish somebody had whispered in your ear?
I wish someone had whispered what I tell people for free now.
Okay.
And I call them the 3 W's. Mm-hmm. The first W is what I call willpower. Willpower is about aptitude, knowledge. So BusinessDay is known for something and is known as the best in that something. DSTV is known for something, is known as the best in that something. CWG is known for something and is known as the best in that something. The Also Leadership Academy, or ALA for short, is known for something and is known as the best in that something. As a person, you have to determine what you want to make a difference about in this world. What will make the world miss you when you are not here? And then make sure you hone your skills in that deeply. It's called willpower. It's about competence, knowledge. And you cannot finish learning. It's a journey. It's never a destination, So a lot of people that were doctors were fantastic doctors, but if you don't keep up, yesterday's fantastic doctor may not be today's fantastic doctor. The second W is willpower. Willpower has got to do with attitude now, not aptitude, but attitude. Go the extra mile, because sometimes the light is just at the end of a tunnel where you are approaching and you give up and then you go back. As they say, life is full of ups and downs.
Sure.
When you fall down 7 times, stand up 8. Unless yourself you are convinced that this is the wrong path, because direction is more important than speed. Sort out your direction before you accelerate. Otherwise, you are getting lost faster. So willpower, the tenacity, the commitment to start and the consistency to complete. The third one is weight power, which speaks to patience, which a lot of us lack. And I'll give you an example. If you plant cocoa, your neighbor plants corn. In 3 months' time, your neighbor is harvesting his corn, and you're like, gosh, where is my own fruit? So you cut down all your cocoa and then you go and plant corn. Forgetting that cocoa takes 5 years to bear the first fruit, but it will feed you for life.
Yes.
But the corn is only one harvest. So you need to have patience to reap what you have sowed. And this also goes to the entrepreneurs. When you start a company, don't rush to go and look for seed capital, dilute yourself totally. Hone this thing, let it get to the fruit, and then sell at the fruit. Willpower, speaking to attitude. Willpower, speaking to attitude. And willpower and weight power, speaking to patience.
In fact, I wish we could continue this discussion, because I feel like I'm in the class already. I'm in the academy and I'm learning and everything. But at this juncture, we have come to the end of the podcast. but I'm hoping we can, continue discussions like this, make out time to have this kind of discussions, because I think they are very, very important. And on this note, I would like to say a big thank you for, having us here at your academy and, speaking to us on Triumph Against Odds. On that note, I would like to say thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for always being there. As you go about the rest of your day, just remember one thing: always be resilient, never give up, and it's never too late to start. Thank you.
Welcome to Startup Spotlight. This is the show where we uncover real stories behind some of Nigerians' most inspiring entrepreneurs, the visionaries who turn small beginnings into global impact. Today's guest is a true definition of resilience, of grace, and purpose. From selling moi moi on the streets of Lagos to speaking at the White House, her story has inspired countless women and entrepreneurs across the world. She is the founder and CEO of No Leftovers Nigerian Limited, a thriving catering enterprise that started with just 1,000 naira. My name is Glory Brown, and this amazing personality I just introduced is Ayodeji May Dupe. Welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
But before I start with bombarding you with a lot of questions, you look so amazing. You're looking so fine.
Thank you. You too. You look great so yourself. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me start by saying your story is really inspiring. You started with selling momo on the streets. Selling, what was going through your mind the first day you started selling on the streets of Lagos? I really don't know.
Oh, thank you once again for having me,
You're
Glory.
welcome.
I'm really delighted to be here. And it's amazing. Guess what? It's been 18 years. 18 years of running my business. And I started when I was going to be 40, 18 years ago.
Wow.
So it's truly been a journey of resilience. I'd worked as a secretary for 20 years and I was exhausted. I just wanted something different. And I had a lot of odds stacked against me. There were voices in my head telling me that you better stay where you are because you have no other option. But I was tired and I knew that I would continue getting the same results except I do something different. I didn't have a university degree at that time. So there were lots of things haunting me and making it look like I could never become anything other than what I was doing. But then I began to remember the dreams I had as a child.
Oh my God.
I remember myself standing in front of large audiences and then just speaking. And I thought, how would I get there? But then I said to myself, you know what, let me start from whatever is within my control. I resigned from where I was working. I was working as a secretary in Corona School, Ikoyi. I resigned from there, really not knowing what to do. But then I thought to myself, okay, my father has a small place I can start a daycare center in. And so I said, okay, having resigned from Corona, I will go for a Montessori training. And I went for that Montessori training and the passion to do that just died. And so I began to take home lessons from house to house. And then it got to a point that all the children were on holiday and I was left with nothing. My husband and I were totally broke. Then we had 2 children. We still have 2 children, by the way. They were very young. And then I asked my husband for money to buy food because there was no food in the house. And my husband gave me 1,000 naira. I'm like, 1,000 naira? What is this going to buy? But, that morning I was just, when you say you were led,
Yeah.
I was led to make moi moi. I went to the market, bought beans, and I made moi moi. And my sister-in-law paid me a visit that evening, and she tasted the moi moi, and she said, "My
Amazing,
goodness,"
yummy.
she loved it. And when she ate the first wrap, she offered to give me money to make for her the next day. And that was how the business started. I made for her the next day. Her friend tasted it. Her friend wanted. She sent another 1,000 naira to me. And everybody that tasted and asked me where I bought the moi moi from, I simply told them that the maker of this moi moi is sitting right in front of you. And I said, give me 1,000 naira and I will make for you. That is how the story started.
What an inspiring story.
Thank you.
It's an amazing story, sincerely speaking.
Thank you.
And I must commend that you took the courage to start selling moi moi with just that 1,000 naira, of which not everybody would want to do that. Did you ever imagine that your humble beginnings selling moi moi would take you this far?
Not in my wildest dream, you know, because I mean the process has been truly amazing. You know, even when I sit back and think of how God has done it for me, I'm still in awe. You know, from the point of selling moi moi to my close community, and I began to wonder, how do I take it to the next level? And I said, okay, I need a larger close community. And of course I remember that, oh, the next close community that I have is the people that I worked with in Corona, a large community, parents and teachers. And so I took moi moi to Corona Gate, and I began to literally hawk. Yes, I began to shout, moi moi for sale, moi moi for sale, buy this moi moi, your life will not remain the same again. It was hilarious. A lot of people laughed, but the truth was that they were buying. And that was what I wanted. Absolutely. So it was from there, I met somebody who offered me, we engaged in a conversation, and she asked if I could cater for her company. And I said yes. So that took me off this. I was at the gates of Corona for 3 months. And so when I met this person, the person offered me an opportunity to cater for her oil service company that had 100 staff.
Wow.
I catered for that company for 3 years. I bought my first car. And then I got an opportunity to go back to school.
Wow.
Through the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Initiative, I saw the opportunity in the newspaper, that they were coming into Nigeria to invest in women who were running businesses but didn't have business skills. And so I applied for the program. It was a 6-month program. And when we finished, we all came out, quite a few of us came out to share our stories. And I shared my story of how I started, and they were really, really excited at my resilience. And they said to me, can we come to your office? And I said to them, I don't have an office. I do all of this from my home. And they offered to come to my house. I was living in Palm Grove then. It wasn't anything that anybody would desire that, or would expect that, you know, any attention like that would attract. But they came. And when they saw my processes, guess what? They said, how about coming to America to share your story?
Oh my God.
That's how, I mean, after the time they came to the house, they left for America. They wanted to let their stakeholders know how the project was affecting women positively, especially in Nigeria. So they took me to America, and I shared my story. And it's been from one country to the other. And the business is growing. My family is enjoying the benefits, and women are inspired.
I know when you started, it wasn't as easy, like you just saying it now and all that. What were the challenges when you started doing this business, and how were you able to overcome some of the challenges you met from the start?
You can say that again. It certainly wasn't easy.
Yeah.
But you know, one thing I must mention at this point is the encouragement I received from my husband. Oh. Having a strong support system is priceless. My husband was by me, encouraging me all the way. There were times I wouldn't sell. You can't keep moi moi overnight and sell, you know, and then we'll have to eat nothing but moi moi in the house, you know. But somehow I found faith. The fact that I could see my 1,000 naira become 5,000 naira, my 5,000 naira become 10,000 naira.
Motivation for you
was
to keep going.
Such a huge motivation. And I continued to believe. So one thing I needed to do, that God helped me to do, honestly, was to believe in myself. You know, because I realized that over the years I had discountenanced myself because of the things I'd gone through. I'd gone through bullying, I'd gone through abuse, I'd gone through a lot of intimidation. I had to shut those voices down and say to myself every day, like I will wake up every morning and say, Ayo, you can do this. Ayo, you are everything that God needs you to be. And for you to be the next version of yourself, you need to step out courageously. And every day, even the times I didn't sell, I would still go, get up. I would go there again. But I was surrounded by encouragers. I separated myself. Apart from my husband, I had a close circle of friends, family that were encouraging me. There were some that discouraged me, actually. I remember me going to somebody and she said, "Oh, really? Of all things, moi." So I just cut them off. And from selling women and traveling, I got into the Manchester Business School and paid for the Manchester Business School with moi money. I emphasize it, that it was with moi money that I went to the Manchester Business School. And I'm so grateful to God, because now my profile has moved beyond selling moi to being a change agent. I have an initiative, the AMI Inspires Foundation. We've just opened a wellness center. The opening is going to be in a few weeks, actually, but we're putting everything together. A place where women can relax, a place where women can find a sense of identity, and we nurture you spirit, soul, and body. So you come there, we have a restaurant. So you eat no leftovers, moi, you eat our jollof rice, you eat our amala, and then your soul is nourished. We encourage you. We have different programs we package for women, and we also pray with you. And so it's holistic in nature. And also that we attend to the family. We have programs where we attend to girls. We design programs for girls, for for teenage boys, and it's a whole lot. We go out to places, we go out to the streets, we empower women in business, give them seed capital. I am so fulfilled.
Yeah.
And I see myself now, I'm like living my dreams, like standing in front of audiences and really doing what I dreamt of. And I'm like, this is what pushes me to do what I do now. I tell women that, let go of the past. Yes, there's been drama. There's nothing you can do about the past. The past is gone. And so I'm out there telling women, just believe in yourself. Look inwards. You cannot move from point A to point B until you use what you have in point A. Nobody is without anything. There's something in you. Use what you want, use what you have to get you to the next point. And when you get to the next point, you'll be amazed at what you will see. Because you never will see what is possible in the next point until you move from where you are. And so that's the journey.
Having you on Startup Spotlight today is amazing, because it feels like we're spotlighting you, and also you're giving us motivational speeches.
I am really grateful.
Yeah. So let's talk about leftovers.
No leftovers.
No leftovers. Thank you for the correction. What inspired that name, No Leftovers? The first time I heard the CEO of No Leftover will be coming on Startup, like, No Leftover, what inspired the name? What's the story behind the name No Leftover?
I remember when we started and we didn't have a name, no bank accounts, nothing. And I began to ask myself, so what do we call ourselves? And I was hungry for patronage. I was looking for how I could deliver that message of, when you eat anything that comes out of this kitchen, you will totally finish it. So in Yoruba, I'm a Yoruba girl.
Yeah.
In Yoruba, we say kusajeku. That
What
means
does it
that
mean?
you will finish everything, no leftovers. So that's how the name came. I said, if I call it Kosajeku, I'm going to cut off the Igbo speaking people. I'm going to cut off the Hausa speaking people. It has to be English. And that's how we came up with No Leftovers.
We have founders and starters that are looking forward to going into businesses, but they have fears in their heart. What was the biggest fear you had when starting off, and how did you overcome it?
Certainly the biggest fear was failure. Failure, and then what will people say?
Yeah.
And then to take risks, because to have gotten here, I've taken a lot of risks. But you know what? I keep remembering that I didn't bring myself here. Yeah. So I keep leaning back on what brought me here. First thing that brought me here is God. Next thing that brought me here is courage and belief in myself. And so with that, I keep encouraging myself every time. Just keep going. So I'm telling men and women, whether young or old out there, believe in yourself. Have faith. I keep saying that, you know what you call the marketplace? In the marketplace, there are altars. You know what altars are? Places of power.
Yeah.
So you must have your own source of power. Whatever your source of power is, hold on to that source of power and believe in yourself and keep going. What is there to be afraid of? You never know what you will be able to achieve if you don't take the first step. So that's what I tell myself every day. And very importantly, surround yourself with the right company. It's important. Don't surround yourself with naysayers, people who will say you can't do it. Surround yourself with people who believe in you. Surround yourself with people who have gone ahead of you and have made a success of what they're doing, because that's what will inspire you. If you can see that somebody can do it, then you will look at yourself and then you're like, of course I can too. And then keep going.
Yeah, looking at your story, you scaled up real fast and nice. I like the fact that you had a good factor behind and you had support all around you that helped you scale up that fast. But we have a lot of people that have started doing businesses, but they can't scale up that fast. They are stuck, they are struggling, they're adapting themselves. Are you sure this business is really for me? What was the key strategy that made your hustle different from the rest?
Number one, I don't have a hustle. Because when I hear hustle, it's like you're struggling and struggling and struggling. And then when you say fast, 18 years is not a short one.
Yeah.
That's the truth. But before this 18 years of business, remember that it's been almost 40 years of journeying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been almost
Working
40 years
different
of
places, trying this, trying that.
Yes. All the knowledge I gained, all the information, all the experiences accumulated into me being able to be here and move on. So you see, no matter what it is that you're doing, even if you don't enjoy it, you have to make a conscious effort to learn. Even if you know that that's not the ultimate, do not despise where you are. I love, there's a Bible scripture that says, do not despise the days of small beginnings. I love that. So whether you feel it is good or bad, enjoy it and keep learning. Failure is not failure until you actually give up and say there is no way out.
Yeah.
But you must believe in yourself. And so whatever the duration is, because nobody knows how long it will take for you to scale in a business.
Yeah.
You just have to keep putting the right processes in place and do what you know how to do best and trust God. That's why I talk about altars. Trust God to keep taking you to the next level and to the next level. Don't shut down. Never come to a point where you feel you know it all. Try to see if you can go into collaborations and partnerships. There are tons of things you can learn from people. Do not bench yourself. Don't think you're too young. Don't think you're too old. And don't think that there are only a group of people you can learn from. You can learn from the young. You can learn from the old. You can learn from men. You can learn from women. The world offers us a wealth of knowledge and experiences that we can leverage on. So make the best use of your community.
You went from selling on the streets of Lagos to speaking at the White House. How did that moment made you feel? Like that moment where you were standing, giving your speech, how did you feel?
Unforgettable. So apart from the White House, it's been a lot of international stages and I'm in a lot of global stages. How did it make me feel? When I started, the first meeting I went for in the US gave me another experience, an experience I had never imagined. I'd had dreams, but this was beyond my dream or the dreams I had. And so every opportunity that came my way, I held on to those opportunities and gave those opportunities my best. When it was time to go to the White House, it's interesting. You know what qualified me? You know what qualified me for the White House? It was time that I felt I needed to take a step of faith to expand my business. And I thought it was time to open another branch. And I didn't have money. And I had been going to seminars and all of that. My accounts was well kept and all of that. Okay, so we can go to the bank. And I went to the bank feeling that I'd done well. Only for the bank to say no to me, that I didn't have the right collateral for me to get the facility. And so I just went back, and guess what? I got a letter. I got an email. No, not an email. A phone call from Goldman Sachs saying, "Oh, Ayo, have you been able to access loan or capital or additional capital for your business?" And I said no. And they said, "Oh, haven't you tried?" I said, "I've tried." But the bank said no to me. And you know what happened? What happened was that I now was told that it was International Women's Day. And the White House was looking for 3 women who would be able to come to showcase their businesses and their stories. They had found 2 women, but they needed 1 more.
To make it 3.
And the criteria for that one was that she must have gone to the bank and the bank had refused her. Yes.
Like they were just talking to you, like that was a situation.
It was tailor-made
right there and
for
there.
me. And that's where the faith fact of my journey cannot be underestimated.
Yeah.
I cannot be silent over the faith fact of my journey. And that's why I always say that have your faith intact and trust in the God of your faith. And so how did it make me feel? It made me feel like I could conquer the world. It made me feel audacious and believe in myself even much more. And I must tell you that even after that and all the other experiences I've had going from one country to the other, there's been a lot of challenges. Oh, challenges will always come. Because I find that some people who start well and now experience challenges become discouraged.
Yeah.
No. I believe in the God that brought me from where I was. And I know that he will keep taking me. And 18 years, it's been amazing. And I'm keeping on believing, and I continue to inspire and encourage other women that, you know what, don't be silent.
I'm thinking about encouraging other women. You've been a voice for women empowerment globally. Why is this healing and identity process for women personal to you?
You know, I went through a lot growing up. I experienced abuse as a child. I was bullied. I was compared to my friends, my parents' friends. Like I said, all odds were stacked against me. But the moment I began to believe that I could do it was when my morning started, even though I was going to be 40. And so it's personal to me because I encounter a lot of women who have huge potential, who are strong, who are exceptionally brilliant, but have benched themselves because of bad experiences, bad marriages. You know, they've been jilted, they've been cheated in business. And I'm pained that if only you could let go of the past and just hold, you have life. When there's life, there is hope. So it's personal to me, and so I want to go. That's why I want to go out there and let women know that no matter what it is that had happened, you can always start again. Pick up the pieces of your life, reach into your inner self, discover the strengths you have. Give it all it takes.
Yeah. Before I move on back to the last question, you keep talking about you starting when you're getting close to 40. Man, you look 20s, Mama.
I'm blushing. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, your story from selling on the street of Lagos to the White House is really inspiring. And we have women out there who are stuck. They don't even know how to move over to the next phase. What's the one advice you can give to them right now?
One of the things I say that is very important is your circle, your community. Don't stay in a place where you're constantly told you can't do it. Don't stay in a place where you're constantly told you're not good enough, because it will kill every potential in you. It will kill every talent and ability in you. It will blind you from seeing possibilities out of the hole that you are in. So start by looking or identifying a place where you can be nurtured, where you can be strengthened, where you can be encouraged. You know, because the life of a woman is beyond herself. I know the impact this development and this transformation has had in my home, my marriage, and the lives of my children. So, and I hear them. Each time we talk, Mom, thank you. Thank you for taking that step. What if I had been silent?
You can imagine.
You see, a lot of children are going through trauma because of things beyond their control.
Yeah.
But if the mother, and I'm sorry, I might be biased as a woman, but honestly, the woman has so much strength. If she can just rise, pull her children out of that rut, and keep going, she'll be amazed at what will become of them.
It's been an incredible and soul-stirring conversation. Thank you so much for coming to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What an incredible and soul-stirring conversation we've had with Ayodeji Megbupe, a woman who reminds us that purpose can be born out of the most unlikely place. From selling moi moi on the streets of Lagos to speaking at the White House, our journey shows when faith, hard work, and vision meet, nothing is impossible. To every dreamer watching this, your background is not a barrier, it's a foundation for something greater. Start where you are. Use what you have and believe that you can grow beyond your imagination. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been another inspiring edition of the Startup Spotlight. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us across all social media platforms at Business Day Television. For more powerful stories shaping Nigeria, keep watching Business Day Television.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.